Elderlaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Next up for Connecticut Superstar auditions, The Scratchers.
It's the first Tuesday of the month. It's time to scratch tickets, there's a bunch.
Stop. First Tuesday? Yeah, Connecticut Lottery releases new scratch tickets on the first Tuesday of every month.
First Tuesday. That's a yes for us.
New tickets, new prizes, new chances to win. It's the first Tuesday, so let's get scratching.
Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day. And this year, we're saying thank you, therapists. Because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and mild this afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Clouding over this evening. A few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night, below in the low 50s. Showers and a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Purek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A man has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk police for an incident in 2010. Yesterday, Governor Ned Lamont nominated 4 commissioners to the Public Utility Regulatory Authority.
The job has gotten a lot more complicated over the last 20 years. And I really was looking for people who could, A, hit the ground running, and B, with a breadth of experience to deal with all the different complexities that's involved in energy regulation and telecom and water and all the different issues confronting, with a really eye upon reliability and affordability.
This follows Lamont's previous announcement last month that the agency's controversial former chair, Marissa Gillette, was stepping down. Gillette had faced scrutiny from state Republicans over alleged backroom deals regarding her nomination, as well as significant increases in customer utility bills. Of the 4 new commissioners appointed by the governor, Thomas Weil of Madison will serve as the chair. And the Stamford Fire Department has named its 2025 Firefighter of the Year. 11-year veteran Christopher Foreman has been selected for the honor. Foreman has been recognized for starting his department's child car seat installation and safety education program, helping to keep hundreds of kids safe. He was given the award while attending the Salute to Connecticut's Bravest dinner at AquaTurf in Southington last week. And jurors are deliberating in the final federal trial against Costa Diamantis. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the corruption case against the former state official who oversaw school construction projects. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, Diamantis maintained his innocence.
If you're asking me would I do it again? No, I wouldn't. What I do was illegal? The answer is absolutely not.
The former state official faces decades in prison if found guilty on the 21 counts of bribery and extortion. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Women who've had early breast cancer and been treated can likely lay their worries about recurrence to rest, a new study concludes. Johns Hopkins Kimmel Cancer Center Director William Nelson says that's the conclusion of this very large long-term study.
They did this monstrous cohort study. They found 476,000 women from 1993 to 2016 who had breast cancer. They recognized a second primary cancer in about 65,000 of them. By 20 years, 13.6% had developed a non-breast cancer, which is only about 2% greater than what you would have expected otherwise. 5.6% had developed a breast cancer in the other breast. And that was only about 3.1% greater than expected.
Nelson says women should still be vigilant about follow-up after being treated, since just as with primary breast cancers, catching recurrence early is the best strategy. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Well, hey there, Connecticut Democrats are supporting a legislator who thinks it's okay to crack jokes about the death of President Trump. Pretty classy, huh? And the Costa Diamantis corruption and bribery trial is now in the hands of the jury. We'll keep you updated on that and more.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Japan's parliament has elected Sanae Takaichi as the country's first female prime minister. Her ultra-conservative stance includes supporting male-only imperial succession and opposing same-sex marriage. Despite pledging to increase female representation, she appointed 2 women to her cabinet. American chess grandmaster Daniel Narodsky has died. CBS's Michael Wallace.
The Charlotte Chess Center in North Carolina announced the 29-year-old's death. Narodsky trained there and worked as a chess coach. He introduced the game to a wider audience by streaming his matches online. His YouTube channel has 500,000 subscribers. He posted his last video Friday.
The episodes have been few and far between. I've been sort of taking kind of a creative break.
Narodsky started as a child prodigy and became a grandmaster at 18. A cause of death has not been released. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Tropical storm Melissa forming in the Caribbean. A hurricane watch up for parts of Haiti. Steve.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
You know, I love the Free Press, and I read them religiously. Barry Weiss is now going to be the executive editor, the, person-in-chief, or one of them, of CBS News, and she started this extraordinary journalistic enterprise called the Free Press. And what I love about it is they frequently publish essays by very, very smart, informed people that sometimes give you a point of view on a subject where you thought about it one way, but someone else who knows more than you thinks about it another way, and it opens your mind. And that's what happened with me when I read Ted Nordhaus's recent essay. Ted is a leading global thinker on energy, environment, and climate. He's been writing for all kinds of prestigious publications, including the Wall Street Journal and the Harvard Law and Policy Review and Scientific American and The Guardian. But he wrote a book in 2007 called Breakthrough, which many people call prescient. And in the book, somebody said it was the best thing to happen to environmentalism since Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, which if you never read that is a call to arms, and you ought to read it even now. And the bottom line is that he founded this thing called the Breakthrough Institute, which we're going to find out about right now. And he has a little bit of a contrarian view in terms of the conventional wisdom of a lot of left of center and centrist people who think about the environment and climate change. Ted Nordhaus, welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show today. Hello. Hi.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
So Ted, tell us a little bit, give us your background. Are you a doctor, a scientist? How do you come to this subject?
You know, I started out as an environmental activist, and I spent a lot of years in the environmental movement. And about 20 years ago, I started to conclude that, there were a lot of things that a lot of environmentalists care about that I care about too. But a a lot of the solutions that they were advocating didn't make a lot of sense. And so around that time, I started the Breakthrough Institute, which is a think tank that focuses on technological solutions to environmental problems. And, over the years, I also sort of started to rethink how we think about some of those problems as well, and that because a lot of environmentalism want to kind of go reorganize society in various ways, they don't like capitalism or consumerism and think everyone has too much stuff and on and on, they then tend to sort of exaggerate problems that are often real problems, but the way that they describe those problems ends up sort of being over the top because they're sort of trying to convince everyone to do these things that they have already decided we should all do anyway.
I see. It's very apocalyptic, the whole environmental conversation. It's fraught with a lot of anxiety. But I would say, Ted, this is my concern, right? I'm going to go back to Rachel Carson in Silent Spring, which I read in 6th grade. And I'm a bird enthusiast, as they say. And I personally am very worried, for example, and it's a big one, about the disappearance of, they estimate, as many as 1 billion birds since the 1970s in North America. I'm told that there are several reasons for this. One of them is light pollution, which is something that I feel like once we understand and are sensitized to it, we ought to dim the lights for a lot of reasons. Another is birds that are flying into buildings. And the third is the loss of habitat altogether. And it's this kind of apocalyptic climate change loss of habitat that is sort of a confluence that makes us all a little bit scared and maybe hypersensitive about all of this.
Yeah, well, a lot of those arguments, and it goes all the way back to Silent Spring, of course, were that, the birds were literally the sort of canaries in our coal mine.
Yeah.
And that the birds would go first, and then we would go next. And, ecology doesn't actually work that way. And the birds, in some sense, and many of the things you point to that, the birds, we have a lot fewer birds because, humans have been such a successful species, and we've sort of transformed all of these environments in ways that are, better for humans' material well-being, but often that makes it worse for birds. So there are some trade-offs here, and we can reduce those trade-offs in a lot of ways, whether it's how we design buildings or sort of thinking about as we're sort of building communities and building spaces for humans, that we think about how we leave more space for the birds and other wildlife and ecosystems. But there is the canary in the coal mine thing is actually kind of wrong. And there's a thing called the environmentalist paradox, which is not a paradox at all, which sort of goes that, if all of this biodiversity and all of these species and all of these things are sort of somehow critical for human well-being, then why is it that human societies continue to thrive and people kind of continue to live longer and healthier lives and all sorts of things, and we're losing all of these ecosystems? And the truth is, it's not a paradox at all. We have been sort of modifying our environment as long as we've been human, and you can go back tens of thousands, even further back than that, years, and see humans just transforming the earth to make it a more habitable place for humans. But that also often makes it less habitable for a lot for the rest of creation. And so, I think there are really important conversations to be had about sort of how we make sure that humans continue to thrive and do well. And also that we leave more space for nature, not because it's going to be the end of the world or our societies are going to collapse or because we're all going to die, but because we like having other sorts of nature. I love birds too. I love wildlife. I love wild places. And I'd like, as human societies continue to evolve, that we keep more of those places around. And we can do that. And I think one of the kind of points that I've made for a long time is just that it's actually not only not true, but really counterproductive when we sort of try to get everyone to do it by sort of threatening them with apocalypse.
Yeah, let's talk about that. We're chatting with Ted Nordhaus and the Breakthrough Institute and this apocalypse thing. You start out, and in the essay, you basically say that the environmentalist movement doesn't like a lot of other things. They don't like capitalism. They don't like the accumulation of material wealth. And so one of the things they do is they basically scare us into thinking that we can't have those things because that's the cost of destroying our environment, and we can't afford to pay that cost. And you say no. You say that's just not true. The climate may be changing, but humans are adapting to a changing climate, and we are still thriving. And so tell us about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you just think about the most basic thing in the climate, like what's the temperature? Mm-hmm. Like, we have very complex, successful human societies that exist in places that are really, really cold. I think the coldest capital in the world is I'm forgetting the name of the city, the capital of Mongolia, and that has an average temperature of right around freezing, right around 32 degrees. That's the average year-round. And then obviously we have very, very hot tropical and subtropical places where the average temperature might be 80 degrees. So that's a huge variation in climates that human societies and humans have adapted to over a very long period of time. And so then when you start talking about, what we've experienced to date, say a 1.5 degrees of warming over the last century or so, or 3 degrees of warming total from pre-industrial to, say, the end of this century, that's really a kind of pretty small change in comparison to the natural variation, the natural variability in the Earth's climate that human societies have adapted quite well to. So I think that, obviously what I say, climate change is real. It is, in fact, caused by human activities. It is caused by the combustion of fossil fuels, which we use to power our societies, and it is having consequences. But this idea that, 2 or 3 or even 5 degrees of warming is going to result in the collapse of human societies or hundreds of millions or even billions of deaths, it's actually preposterous. And that's not going to happen. Certainly it's not going to happen because of climate change. But, as I said, I would like ultimately, I think that humans live now in places like Phoenix, which are very hot. And I think that humans will continue to be able to live and live reasonably materially comfortable lives in Phoenix, even if Phoenix gets hotter. But all else equal, we might like Phoenix not to get hotter.
Right, I hear you.
And we might like it
right.
to be possible for people to be outside and
right.
go outside in the summer in Phoenix and that kind of thing.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, Ted Nordhaus, and then I really do want to continue the conversation. I hope we have some more time for us. But what about what we're told that climate warming will result in the melting of the ice caps, which will result in the elevation of the seas and coastal regions around us? And so I happened to be in Miami this morning. This is literally where I'm broadcasting from, Miami, because my mom's in the hospital here. And I look around Miami and Miami Beach, and I'm looking at the ocean. I'm literally looking at the ocean right now from where I'm sitting. And I'm thinking, is this beach going to disappear in the next 10 or 20 years? Because is Miami really going to sink, and are the oceans going to come onto the sand? So what about that?
Yeah, I think that as long as we continue to increase the concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the Earth will warm, and as the Earth warms, the ice caps will melt. And I think the thing you have to understand is that, that's sort of an inevitable process given elevated temperatures, but it's going to happen over a long period of time. So by 2100, I don't know that the beaches will be gone, but some of those beaches will be gone, or parts of them will be gone, because the sea levels will be higher. And, you know, if you really kind of play it out over a very long period of time, you know, if you look at, before we even go to, say, Antarctica, you go to Greenland, which is a smaller ice sheet and ice cap. But Greenland could see irreversible melting. But that melting will take 800 to 1,000 years.
Really?
And it'll raise sea levels, I think, by about 7 meters, which is, what is that? That's probably 25 feet. I happen to be pretty confident that over the course of many centuries, human societies will adapt to 25 feet of sea level rise.
I see.
Now, again, would I prefer a world in which we preserve a lot of those beaches and Miami didn't have to do that? Sure. Do I think that, you know, 1 billion Chinese and 1 billion Indians and sub-Saharan Africans and others are going to sort of stop their economic development, which requires lots of additional energy, to prevent that from happening? No, that's not going to happen. And so the future we're heading towards is one where hopefully, you know, 8 billion plus people on this earth all get to have modern lives and consume modern energy and have long lifespans and all of those things. And over time, I'm also confident that we'll move away from fossil fuels. I don't think we're going to do it in the course of 10 or 20 or 30 years, as a lot of environmentalists insist we have to. But there's a long-term trajectory here where human societies are finding and discovering other sorts of forms of energy that in many ways can be much better than fossil fuels. They don't have the pollution. They don't have a lot of those other problems. And those will help us over the long term avoid more climate change. But there's going to be climate change, and we're going to have to adapt to it. And human societies are pretty good at that.
We're here with Ted Nordhaus, who is the founder of the Breakthrough Institute. He's an environmental activist, and he's written a recent essay in the Free Press, which you can read, about how basically about how the hysteria around environmentalism isn't terribly helpful, and he frankly doesn't even think it's terribly accurate, which is not to say that the climate isn't changing, and is not to say that man isn't responsible for climate changing. But Ted, if I could just paraphrase, what you're saying is you have confidence in the ability of humans to adapt, and you don't think that the crisis, the apocalypse, is happening tomorrow.
That's right. There's no climate crisis. There's climate change. It's happening. It's real. Human activities are the reason it's happening. We should try to do something about it. But, you know, this effort sort of by the environmental community to sort of scare the public straight it's ineffective. It hasn't worked. And, you know, I think it kind of gets in the way of just sort of doing the things that we actually ought to be doing, not just for climate change, but for lots of other reasons. I mean, we should continue to be supporting new and better technologies. We should be innovating. We should be building infrastructure to keep us safer from extreme weather and climate events, whether they're particularly strongly intensified by climate change or not. I mean, it's not like we didn't have, you know, Miami, where you are today, has suffered huge hurricanes going back, you know, as long as people have lived there. And Miami's more resilient to those events now than it was 20 or 100 years ago. And we should continue to make Miami more resilient to those things, even as the climate continues to change. And we could also, you know, over the long term, try to move away. There's lots of reasons to move away from fossil fuels, including the fact that we're not in danger of running out of fossil fuels anytime soon, but they are ultimately finite. There's only so much of it you can dig out of the ground, and the more of it you dig out of the ground, the more expensive it gets to dig out of the ground. So there's lots of reasons to want nuclear energy and more solar and things like that. But like I said, it's a long-term process. It's not something that we can just decide at the sort of, in the moment that, tomorrow we're not going to use fossil fuels and we're going to stop climate change. And we shouldn't do that because, energy is really good for society. It's good for all of us. We probably need to consume more of it, not less of it. So we just, my message is kind of chill out,
Well, also, Ted Nordhaus, let's look at it in the political backdrop. Because if we chill out a little bit, it takes some of the air out, right, of some of the more left and right arguments about this existential, in other words, so let's say to the right of center or even just regular old Republicans and Petroleum Institute people and all of that, they're claiming that the people on the left are an enemy to the American way of life because of their hyperbole, because of their outlandish claims. And therefore, if you want to keep your air conditioning, and right, because look what happened to Europe. Europe outlawed air conditioning, and they are dying in the summers now. And who wants to go there? Who wants to live there? And who wants to start businesses there? It's insane. I had friends that stayed with me for a week from Geneva this summer, okay? These are wealthy banker people. And he told me with a straight face, this gentleman, we don't have any AC in Switzerland, and it's been 95 to 100 degrees this summer. And I looked at him. He said, it's illegal. We can't put air conditioning. And this is one of the wealthiest societies on earth. So, Ted Nordhaus, I say to you, is that crazy that they shouldn't be allowed to have air conditioning? What do you say to that?
Yeah. I mean, it is. And, there's lots of reasons why Europeans have less air conditioning, but certainly like the policy of a lot of the European countries in the European Union makes it worse and makes it harder to get air conditioning. And clearly with a warming climate, one of the solutions is air conditioning.
Right.
That's crazy. You're absolutely right. And, I think there's this thing where all the crazy on the left has also kind of created a sort of equal and opposite reaction on the right, where it's like we should just burn stuff for the hell of it just to kind of own the libs.
Right.
And it's like, why? This is nuts. And, it's not helping anyone kind of build a better, cheaper, more affordable energy system. And it's certainly not helping us deal with climate change. And, yeah, that's why I'm just like, can everyone please just chill out?
Okay. And in terms of chilling out, right now in the real world, we're building these massive data centers that are going to be eating tons and tons more energy for the purpose of bringing us into the next phase of our information technology age of AI. And this is literally what's happening on the ground around the country. A lot of people are scared of it because, number one, it takes a lot of energy away from the rest of the grid that we've been used to. They're afraid of it because of rising prices, which is a real thing. But also they're afraid because they think that energy is finite. And so what do you have to say, Ted Nordhaus, about that?
Well, it's an interesting moment right now because, after, decades of not having a lot of growth in electricity demand, we now have this AI revolution and which demands these incredible, massive data centers, which just need energy. And they need a particular kind of energy. They need energy that's reliable, that's always on. It's on all the time. So that's creating a bunch of challenges. It's actually also creating some really unique opportunities. So really, AI, maybe more than anything else, is now sort of driving this new boom and this new effort to try to commercialize next generation nuclear energy. And these are like really amazing technologies. Often they're these much smaller reactors, so they're not your grandfather's nuclear reactor. They are somewhat different technologies. They're extraordinarily safe. But, because we haven't had a lot of growth in electricity demand over the last generation, there hasn't been that much imperative to innovate nuclear energy. And suddenly there is. So, one of the ironies of this is this new kind of concern about sort of scarcity and not having enough electricity to meet all this new demand may actually ultimately give birth to this new era of abundance where we have clean, cheap, really just almost infinite nuclear energy that will not only be available to power our data centers, but will be available to power everything else. So there's always a kind of push-pull here, supply and demand. driving innovation. And it's not just the private sector. Obviously, there is a lot of attention at the federal level and at the state level to suddenly like, oh, yeah, we need something besides, windmills and solar panels and fossil fuels if we're going to kind of power this new revolution. And the obvious thing to do that with is nuclear energy. So there's a sort of exciting new turn towards nuclear that this is driving.
Ted Nordhaus, the Breakthrough Institute, writer for the Free Press. Thank you so much for joining us for this illuminating conversation
Thanks so much for
today.
having me.
Thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 21st. On this day in 2001, Thomas Morris was the first person to die of inhalation anthrax.
The first person to die of anthrax on U.S. soil in 25 years.
It's Back to the Future Day. In 1985, the movie Back in the Future time traveled to October 21st, 2015.
Where are we? When are we?
4:29 p.m. on Wednesday, October 21st, 2015.
2015?
Today, we wish a happy birthday to Greenwich's Judge Judy.
Your story is a crock of baloney. Excuse me? On your best day, you're not as smart as I am on my worst day when I'm sleeping.
October 21st.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Vice President J.D. Vance is in Israel along with President Trump's envoys. Vance insisted today the Gaza ceasefire is going better than expected. Earlier, Trump had warned Hamas that allies had offered to straighten the group out if the violence doesn't stop. Reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem.
The idea that an international force, we're talking about an Arab-led force, including states like Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and then other Muslim states like Turkey and Indonesia, that they would be willing to go into Gaza and disarm Hamas by force, really, you have to take that with a grain of salt.
Plans are on hold for President Trump to meet with Russia's president. That was supposed to take place in Budapest, although a date hadn't been announced. A Russian drone attack in northern Ukraine today killed 4 people in one town. President Trump hosted Republican senators at the White House on day 21 of the government shutdown. CBS's Weijia Jiang reports it is not expected to produce a plan that will end the stalemate.
There is no urgency for the Republicans to give in to the Democrats because at this point, the president really believes that he has the winning message here, which is that Democrats could easily turn the switch back on, get the money flowing again, but they are choosing not to. Of course, Democrats say in order to do that, they need some kind of assurances. They want a deal that those health care subsidies will be extended.
Todd Copley is with a union representing Iowa workers.
We have to prepare for the long term, I think, more than anything. Expect the worst and pray for the least.
A pardoned Capitol rioter was arrested last weekend for allegedly threatening House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Christopher Moynihan was arrested Sunday after allegedly saying in text messages that he planned to eliminate Jeffries. He's been charged with making a terrorist threat. CBS's Scott McFarland.
He was on the Senate floor that day after breaching that entrance with the mob. While on the Senate floor, he was found guilty of rifling through senators' desks, of being part of the small number of rioters who seize control of the Senate dais.
Correspondent Michael George reports on why certain types of cancers are increasing.
Obesity-related cancer is on the rise worldwide among both younger and older adults. A study in the Annals of Internal Medicine looked at increasing cases of 13 types of cancers and found that obesity was primarily to blame. The rise in cases is happening among all adults age 20 and older.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 300 points. The Nasdaq is off by 10. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A man has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was arrested previously by Norwalk Police for an incident in 2010. The DEA is partnering with participating local health organizations and law enforcement agencies for this Saturday's National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. The event is an opportunity for Connecticut residents and others around the country to safely drop off and dispose of expired and unneeded prescription medications. Drop-off locations will be available in most communities. A complete list of those sites can be found at dea.gov/takebackday. Danbury Public Schools are getting over $150,000 in state money to grow a couple of after-school programs. Governor Ned Lamont announced the investments for the Stadley Ruff and South Street elementary schools yesterday. The programs offer tutoring and various other activities that provide academic enrichment. School districts and nonprofits in Bridgeport, New Haven, and other cities have been awarded state grants for after-school programs as well. And the Stamford Fire Department has named its 2025 Firefighter of the Year. 11-year veteran Christopher Foreman was selected for the honor. Foreman has been recognized for starting his department's child car seat installation and safety education program, helping to keep hundreds of kids safe. He was given the award while attending the Salute to Connecticut's Bravest dinner at AquaTurf in Southington last week. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound roadwork in Greenwich, exits 5 and 4, right lane is out. Also on the Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork between exit 20 and exit 17 A and B, where you pick up Route 7, stay to the right to get around it. And on the northbound side of the Parkway, roadwork going into Black Rock Turnpike, left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound out of Wallingford, roadwork exit 58 going down to exit 50, stay to the right to get around them. You have mowing going on. 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 10 and 9, right lane is out. And the Milford Connector northbound, construction between the 95 ramps and the Parkway, and that's taking the left lane. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Nancy Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, look, I know I'm probably going to get yelled at, so come on in. The water's fine. You can start screaming at me if you want at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. Listen, between the case in Waterbury a few months ago and a couple of cases before that, and now the case of this 11-year-old girl found dead in New Britain, we're getting grisly details about that. I don't want to give you everything here, but we have to come up with a way. And I know I'm going to get screamed at, yelled at, because I always do online with the homeschooling advocates, and I understand. I have nothing against homeschooling. I don't know how many times I have to say that. And if anything that was instituted by the state would in any way, shape, or form have to do with curriculum, then I'd be right with you. But we have another scenario here, as weird and twisted and deadly as it was and is, you know, about this notion that the guy in Waterbury, the young man who wasn't seen or really kept tabs on for 20 years, and this 11-year-old girl, the fact that, well, the state thought they were being homeschooled. There might have been a check or two with the male suspect here. In this case, the little girl that passed away, apparently somebody put a different child online on a Zoom call. They're saying, look, all this means there needs to be better monitoring of this. And how do we do that? And again, I know there are a lot of people who are fans of this show that also homeschool and they don't want to get big-footed by the state about the curriculum, and they don't want the state coming in and saying, wait a minute, if you're going to homeschool your kid, then you have to include Johnny has two mothers or Julie has two fathers. No, that's not the kind of thing. That's none of the state's business. But let's admit something out there. There are a lot of crazed, and I hesitate to use the word parents or moms and dads. Maybe I should use instead of mom and dad, maybe I should do, incubator and sperm donor or something like that. Because what happens sometimes here have nothing to do with the real mother or father. But it certainly looks like there's going to be some push here to increase oversight on homeschooling. So, the homeschooling people, you had better come up with some suggestions here or some things that you'd be willing to go with. Because the more you read about these stories, in particular, this 11-year-old girl found dead in New Britain, it is horrible. It is almost beyond the ability to talk about here. But having said that, and I don't know the particulars of the case, I know DCF is involved here or whatever, but again, and you can't simply say, you can't simply say, well, have DCF handle it or Child Protective Services handle it. Well, no, they're understaffed and overwhelmed as it is. But there's got to be something here that can be done maybe in the short term. And, of course, 99.9% of parents or guardians or whomever, mom, dad, grandpa, who homeschool kids, I'm sure are fine. And they do it because they feel that's a better choice for them as parents and as people who care, and that's fine. But, man, you read about this child found dead in New Britain, had not eaten for weeks. That's according to what the Warren says here from police. This version in the Connecticut Mirror, the child found dead earlier this month in a plastic container, had not eaten for weeks prior to her death. She apparently, police say and the experts say, was confined and severely abused, but DCF did not get any reports of the abuse. That's according to a timeline of events released by a state agency last week. Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia was kept. I'm having trouble reading this, but you got to hear it. Was kept zip-tied in a corner, lying on top of pee pads, and had been denied food in the 2 weeks before she died, according to court documents. The documents detail some of the evidence likely to be presented in the cases against the girl's mother, aunt, and the mother's boyfriend in connection with the murder. There has got to be better monitoring of this. I don't know what that is. I don't. I'm not an expert in police protocol. I'm not an expert in Child Protective Services or DCF. But were people paying attention here? And I know there were reports apparently that a different girl was used on a Zoom call. A Zoom call should not be enough. We shouldn't be relying on a Zoom call. Who thought that was okay? You have three twisted individuals here who are the chief suspects in the death of this little girl. And we need a better way to keep tabs on these kids. Now, how many are being homeschooled? I find numbers of anywhere from the low end, they say it may be around 2,000 in the state. The high end, it may be about 22,000. That's something we need to find out. And I'm all for the privacy of parents. I get it. You don't want your kids to have to read books that say, hey, there are 17 genders. And you don't want your kids to sit through, drag queen story time. I'm all good with that. Kids have enough to figure out they shouldn't be poked and prodded with that garbage. But having said that, there's got to be a middle ground somewhere. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So we have the death of an 11-year-old girl that I guess was thought by state agencies and state officials to be being homeschooled, and there was somebody faking her on a Zoom call. That's horrible. So you tell me, what new safeguards should we put in place to keep track of students that are reportedly being homeschooled? And again, I don't want the state to come in and start bigfooting the curriculum. I don't. But by the same token, you've got a couple of really heinous cases here, and there has got to be a better way to figure this out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Thomas, Connecticut Secretary of the State. Your vote in November really matters. So if you're voting by absentee ballot, it's your responsibility to return it correctly and legally. But don't worry, we've got you covered. You can find everything you need to know at myvote.ct.gov. And if you see something that looks wrong, report it to the State Elections Enforcement Commission at 1-866-733-2463.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound road work in Greenwich, exits 5 and 4. Right lane is out. Also on the Merritt Parkway, southbound road work between exit 20 and exit 17 A and B. Pick up Route 7, stay to the right to get around it. And on the northbound side of the Parkway, road work going into Black Rock Turnpike. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound out of Wallingford, road work exit 58 going down to exit 50. Stay to the right to get around them. You have mowing going on. 91 southbound, more road work, exits 10 and 9. Right lane is out. And the Milford Connector northbound, construction between the 95 ramps and the Parkway, and that's taking the left lane. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elixson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Nancy Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What new safeguards, if any, should be put in place to keep track of students reportedly being homeschooled? And again, this is a question I wanted to pose today because you can bet that there will be pressure to do this probably in the early part of next year when the General Assembly session is back in session. Now, again, I'm not talking about pressure to, change curriculum or make homeschool parents or guardians teach stuff they don't want to teach. Maybe it violates their morals or their religious background or whatever. But, we've had a couple of incidents now, the one in Waterbury and the horrible story here about the death of this child found dead in New Britain here, and now there's a lot of finger-pointing going on. Now, while DCF apparently had involvement with the family before, it does not appear, says here in the Connecticut Mirror, that the agency was aware of the 2024 abuse that ultimately led to her death. Now, the agency said Friday in a statement, DCF, and again, I'm not here to bury anybody. I'm sure this is being felt gravely by everybody, involved here, wishing they could have done something else. But what's going to happen now? The agency saying Friday that the family had deceived them by having another child impersonate Torres Garcia in a welfare check on a Zoom call earlier this year. Now, number one, why are they doing this by Zoom? And again, I'm not an expert here. Is this a common occurrence that you do welfare checks by Zoom? I don't think it should be. But maybe that's just me. According to DCF, the family told them the child was being homeschooled, okay, and was visiting a relative out of state. All right. What was the relative's name? Did they give a name? Did they give an address? Did they have any sort of wondering, say, hey, we've dealt with these people before. We may not necessarily believe them. What town and state here? Okay, let me go and let's call the police there to do a welfare check. And again, I'm not sure whether or not any of this was done. Hopefully, we'll find out more when we get to the court proceedings or there's more evidence in the arrest affidavit here. But man, oh man. And again, I'm all for parents or guardians homeschooling. I have no problem with that. I know a lot of people don't like homeschooling. A lot of teachers don't. A lot of the teachers' unions don't. A lot of progressive folks don't because, well, they don't like the fact that parents can say no. I don't want my kid to read Jerry has 3 daddies, Julie has 4 mommies. No. I mean, that's fine. I have no problem with keeping your kid away from that. But I'm telling you, the homeschooling community in the state, they had better get out in front of this and say, okay, here's what we might suggest, because it's unfair that all of a sudden now these cases by, some of the media people in this state and some of the anti-homeschooling people in the state are saying, well, when you allow people to homeschool, this is what happens. Now, question is, how many homeschool kids are in the state? Now, I did a quick AI search here, and it says here the most recent available figures for the 2023 and 2024 homeschool year is 1,857, and that's according to the Department of Education. But the exact number is hard to figure out because Connecticut has low regulation and not all parents submit the intent to homeschool form. Well, they should. See, that's number one. That's the first thing I would do. The first thing I would do is make sure by law, if you're going to homeschool your kid, you should let the state know. What's wrong with that? Well, it's privacy, Paul. Yeah, but you know what? There are a lot of moron parents out there. I'm not saying parents who homeschool are morons. I'm not. They may be the smartest ones out there. But come on. We're that lax in this thing that we don't even tell custodial parents they have to submit a form here to just let us know what's going on? I mean, that's a little nuts. I know people out there saying, hey, that's the ultimate personal freedom. Well, you know what? Not every freedom is without some sort of common sense regulation here. How do you do that? Once again, roughly 1,900 students, the state says, are homeschooled, but not all parents submit the intent to homeschool form. They should. How does it make any sense not to tell a parent, hey, you can homeschool, you just have to let us know? That is mind-numbing. That is absolutely mind-numbing. Traffic and weather together right here on a Tuesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway, southbound road work in Greenwich, exits 5 and 4. Right lane is out. Also on the Merritt Parkway, southbound road work between exit 20 and exit 17 A and B. We pick up Route 7, stay to the right to get around it. And on the northbound side of the Parkway, road work going into Black Rock Turnpike. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound out of Wallingford, road work exit 58 going down to exit 50. Stay to the right to get around them. You have mowing going on. 91 southbound, more road work, exits 10 and 9. Right lane is out. And the Milford Connector northbound, construction between the 95 ramps and the Parkway, and that's taking the left lane. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. A man's pleaded not guilty to charges that he threatened to kill the top House Democrat. CBS's Jake Rosen.
Christopher Moynihan, who is a New York man, was arrested late last week for attempting to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Now, he made these remarks over text to people in his circle.
Moynihan was pardoned for the Capitol attack. Vice President Vance in Israel to get a read on the Gaza ceasefire.
Things are going, frankly, better than I expected that they were.
The White House says there are no plans for a Trump-Putin meeting in the immediate future. CBS's Michael Wallace tells us some offers have come in for the media giant Warner Brothers Discovery.
The company says it has received unsolicited interest from multiple parties and will review all its options while still moving ahead with its plan to split into two companies, a streaming and studio business and a cable networks business that would include CNN and TNT Sports.
Stocks are higher today on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kafin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A man has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk police for an incident in 2010. The man charged for allegedly restraining two people in a hotel room at the Foxwoods Resort Casino yesterday is identified as David Griswold of East Windsor. He was taken into custody on the 16th floor of the Fox Tower Hotel several hours after police were called to the scene for a reported disturbance. Charges against Griswold include first-degree criminal attempt to assault, unlawful restraint, and reckless endangerment. A Danbury man is seriously hurt after falling from scaffolding while working at a church in Waterbury yesterday. Emergency crews were called to Our Lady of Lebanon Church shortly before 7:30 a.m. Officials say 65-year-old Alaire Rosa de Oliveira fell about 16 feet and suffered a head injury. An earlier statement from the Waterbury Police Department said de Oliveira had died, but the department shared a correction yesterday evening saying he remains hospitalized in critical condition. Jurors are deliberating in the federal trial against Costa Diamantis. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the corruption case against the former state official who oversaw school construction projects. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, Diamantis maintained his innocence.
If you're asking me would I do it again? No, I wouldn't. What I do was illegal? The answer is absolutely not.
The former state official faces decades in prison if found guilty on the 21 counts of bribery and extortion. In an effort to address food insecurity on college campuses, Stop and Shop announced a $200,000 donation to the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system today. The donation will include both monetary and product donations. The announcement took place at Central Connecticut State University's Student Center, and volunteers will be assembling 1,000 care packages to be distributed among the CSCU's 4 regional universities. Stop and Shop has contributed almost $600,000 in support of students since partnering with CSCU in 2019. The Bridgeport City Council's Public Safety Committee is approving a resolution related to concerns over masked immigration agents in the community. Committee members voted in favor of the measure during last night's meeting. The resolution urges federal customs officials to detain only illegal immigrants who are suspected of committing violent crimes or who pose a serious threat to the public. The document also encourages local law enforcement to identify individuals who they may believe be impersonating ICE officials. An earlier version of the resolution asked immigration agents to remove masks while working in Bridgeport, but the city's law department advised against including that section. Yesterday, Governor Ned Lamont nominated 4 commissioners to the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority.
The job has gotten a lot more complicated over the last 20 years. And I really was looking for people who could, A, hit the ground running, and B, with a breadth of experience to deal with all the different complexities that's involved in energy regulation and telecom and water and all the different issues confronting, with a really eye upon reliability and affordability.
This follows Lamont's previous announcement last month that the agency's controversial former chair, Marissa Gillette, was stepping down. Gillette had faced scrutiny from state Republicans over alleged backroom deals regarding her nomination, as well as significant increases in customer utility bills. Of the 4 new commissioners appointed by the governor, Thomas Weil of Madison will serve as the chair. And the First Congregational Church of Greenwich is hosting a trunk or treat event this weekend. It is happening in their parking lot on Sound Beach Avenue on Saturday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Kids from across the community are encouraged to come and get candy while dressed in their favorite costumes. The church has been holding the Halloween gathering since 2019. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound roadwork in Greenwich, exits 5 and 4. Right lane is out. Also on Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork between exit 20 and exit 17 A and B. Pick up Route 7, stay to the right to get around it. And on the northbound side of the parkway, roadwork going into Black Rock Turnpike, left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound out of Wallingford, roadwork exit 58 going down to exit 50. Stay to the right to get around them. You have mowing going on. 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 10 and 9. Right lane is out. And the Milford Connector northbound, construction between the 95 ramps and the parkway, and that's taking the left lane. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, with a low in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We are hearing just some horrible details in the affidavits and arrest warrants here regarding this 11-year-old girl who was found dead in New Britain. Apparently, she was forced to sit on pee pads and waste away for 2 weeks, zip-tied. I mean, there's stuff here in all these stories I don't even feel comfortable reading on the air. But again, the question now is, who dropped the ball here? And I'm going to assume, for the sake of assumption here, and again, I'm not an expert here on policing or DCF or keeping an eye on crazed parents. Clearly what these 3 were, the mother, the boyfriend, and the mother's sister, the aunt here, we're not dealing, at least from what I can see, with top shelf people here. But apparently the mother here or the aunt or the boyfriend or whatever had said the girl here involved, the 11-year-old girl who died, Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia, was being homeschooled. And apparently DCF tried to check in on her. They used a Zoom call, meaning a computer video call. And they said also in one other time, I guess the girl was away or visiting, they used another different girl on the Zoom call. Whatever. The thing's a mess here. So, again, and we'll talk about this with our friend Megan Portfolio coming up in just a little bit. But again, the anti-homeschooling people are going to use this to try and chip away at the number of kids being homeschooled. And I'm not anti-homeschooling. I'll say that again and again and again. I'm not. If qualified parents or grandparents or caregivers or guardians can school their kids and they want to do it for whatever reason, for religious reasons, or their kids are being bullied, or they just don't like the idea of some of the stuff they make the kids sit through without a way to get out of that, that's fine. But shouldn't we at least have a little better notion as to checking up on the kids? That's all I'm saying here. And already I'm getting pushback on this, and you're seeing it all around the state. Hey, no, we don't have to do the checkup thing. Why not? I mean, honestly, why not? If you're confident that the kid is living in a good, clean, sane environment, and you're doing your best to, in whatever way, shape, or form, school these kids, what do you have to worry about? This girl was kept zip-tied in a corner, lying on top of pee pads. She had been denied food in the 2 weeks before she died, according to courtroom documents here. Now, apparently, the minimum number of students that are being homeschooled, according to what I could find in the state, is just a shade under 1,900, okay? Now, there's one study that says it could be as high as 22,000. Now, that's a bit of a wide breadth, don't you think? So it's somewhere between 1,900 and 22,000, according to what AI is telling me here. So again, and they say, and you say to yourself, well, wait a minute, 2,000 to 22,000? Well, it's hard to determine, they say, because not all the parents fill out the homeschooling form. Really? And we're allowing that to happen. Why exactly? Which is odd. As much as Connecticut's a blue state, and as much as we're a progressive state, look, again, I'm all for homeschooling. I know parents do it for reasons that have nothing to do with me or what I think is normal. But we don't even have an accurate count on that. And yes, we should have an accurate count on that. Well, Paul, what about parents' rights? I'm 100% behind parents' rights. That's not the issue. The issue is some parents are dirtbags. And if we have a supposition that mom or dad or mom and dad at separate or unified times are dirtbags, does not the state at least somehow have a responsibility to protect the kid? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball, this year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound roadwork in Greenwich, exits 5 and 4. Right lane is out. Also on Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork between exit 20 and exit 17 A and B. Pickup Route 7. Stay to the right to get around it. And on the northbound side of the Parkway, road work going into Black Rock Turnpike. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound out of Wallingford, road work exit 58 going down to exit 50. Stay to the right to get around them. You have mowing going on. 91 southbound, more road work. Exits 10 and 9, right lane is out. And the Milford Connector northbound, construction between the 95 ramps and the Parkway, and that's taking the left lane. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You found where Connecticut comes to talk. Join the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So believe it or not, in the year 2025, the state of Connecticut is not really sure, or at least they say they're not sure, as to how many kids are getting homeschooled in the state. Now, as far as I'm concerned, nothing wrong with that, except that in at least a couple of high-profile cases, we've had some nefarious parents or adults or people give the answer of, well, the boy you're worried about here is being homeschooled, or the girl you're worried about here is being homeschooled. And were there enough checks to do that? Now, I guess in the Waterbury case, police say they went there once or twice. Everything looked okay. In this New Britain case with these three unctuous individuals here, the mother's sister, the aunt, and the guy involved here, the boyfriend. Apparently, they said that police say they used a different girl on a Zoom call to try and fool DCF and police. And they said the girl was out of state visiting somebody. And look, here's the bottom line. You have two cases here, at least two. There may be others. You have at least two cases here where better monitoring of the situation may have saved a life or two. We don't necessarily know that. I mean, remember, when a deviant criminal slug of personality wants to do something bad to someone, they can likely figure out a way to do it. But shouldn't we as a society make it a little harder here? So I have absolutely no problem with setting up a system to just make sure, as the Who used to sing, the kids are all right. That's all we need here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You in favor of that? I am. And it doesn't mean we can't be vigilant and make sure the whole situation is not abused, but come on, let's call this for what it is here. And man, boy, I tell you, these three here, this is why we should still have the death penalty. I'm sorry. Well, Paul, the death, it's only for retribution. Yeah, that's why I want it. I don't care about rehabilitating somebody. I don't care about making people realize what they did was wrong. No. Fry them. Put them up against a wall, if you know what I mean. Henry's with us. Henry, at 10 of 3. Good afternoon. How are you?
Paulie,
yeah.
I agree with everything that you're saying 100%.
Yeah.
Not 110, like I said yesterday, 100%.
Or 1,000%.
I went back to my third grade teacher.
That's right.
100%. I agree.
I love when we hear that. I love when we hear that on the NFL. Well, we gave 110% today. No, you didn't. You gave 100. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Go back to school. Yeah. Anyway, because I agree with it, but I don't want to mention where, even what city.
Okay.
I've worked in schools.
I know that. Yeah.
I worked in schools, even higher learning schools.
Mm-hmm.
But then later on, when I retired, in grammar schools.
Yeah.
Helping out with the cafeteria, whatever, doing what a retired person does.
Yeah.
Crossing guard.
I remember that. Yeah.
And over the years, you get to know some of these social workers in the DCF. Not when the first day, when they let their guard down and they're talking to me and just talking. You don't know what they're up against.
Oh no,
nobody knows, and I don't know either. But what they're going. The only way to implement this would be something like you have a list of kids and you the social worker or the DC, whatever title you want to give them, they have to show up for an hour each day. And then there's a checklist that the ones that are at risk, and you know, some people get A, and then you don't have to go to them so much because most parents are going to really, you know, do the kids right. And you can tell by going in. And you don't go in at 10 o'clock every day. You go in sometimes at 10:30. Sometimes you go at 11:30. Sometimes you go in randomly. If you really, getting back to what you said, if you really want to help the kids, you have to. And this is going to lead to a lot of money. There's social workers out there that a lot of they're in school now getting their degrees. There's plenty of work out there. And what's going to happen to the taxes?
Well, yeah, but even the DCF,
who's going to pay these people?
Well, even the DCF inspectors now, they have their caseloads are really high. You know that, right?
Yeah, so you got to hire. So you got to hire more of them.
Yeah, well, I'm all for that.
And that's going to come from where?
I'm all for paying higher taxes for that. I am.
Well, yeah, but where would it come from? I want to.
I don't know.
Just parlor talk. Where would it come from?
I've always been an advocate of, say, raising the sales tax a little bit, 0.5%, half a penny, 1 penny, but we never touched the sales tax. Why is that?
Well, whatever way you got to do it, you got to generate money to pay these people.
Sure you do.
How about the state hospitals? They closed about 15 of them in the last 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, well,
because there's doctors that have to get paid for abuse, for those the insane, whatever it may be, the challenge. Fairfield Hughes was a great place to work 30, 40 years ago when I had people my age that had jobs there.
Yeah, Fairfield Hills.
It, Newtown.
Yeah, well,
it was a good job. It was a wonderful facility.
Yeah.
Closed it. Why?
Well,
because there wasn't enough money to pay the competent people.
Mm-hmm.
So it always goes back to that.
Well, it does.
The numbers.
It does. Henry, I got to go. Thank you, sir. That's good thought. No, you're right. Listen. I'm all for raising taxes a little bit as long as you're spending it on the greater good. I know everybody's going to go nuts now. You want to raise taxes? Well, no, I don't wake up in the morning saying, hey, how can we raise taxes today? No, I'm not saying that. But you ever talk to anybody who is connected to DCF or anything like that, child welfare, the amount of work these people have? And Lord knows, how long have we been trying to fix DCF in this state? Oh, my God. I remember I started out, I didn't start doing talk till like the early 90s, but I was a straight-ahead, nonpartisan news guy. And now the news, and I can remember in the early and mid-'80s, 40-something years ago, when I started doing news, and our old buddy, the bartender from East Hampton, William A. O'Neill, Bill O'Neill, the O'Neill years there, and we had problems with DCF back then. Of course, it used to be called something else. Remember, it was DCYS, the Department of Children and Youth Services. And I remember back then the lawsuits and the understaffing and the overburdening of DCF workers. I remember taking a couple of calls a few years ago from, teens listening to me. There was a surprise. Saying, hey, they love their DCF workers, but they can't see them enough. They're caseworkers. But man, I got to tell you, we got to fix this because, you wonder, sad cases here. And I know what you're going to say. Well, let's not go crazy over a handful of cases. Yeah, well, you've got that Waterbury case. You've got this case now. There are rumored to be other cases. If these are the ones that are oozing to the top or leaking through or making it through the system, how many more are there? And again, I'm not sitting here to place doom and gloom here. But, you just wonder if there was a little better monitoring here in the Waterbury case. And in this case, too, this story, I can only read you a couple of paragraphs here of this mother, and I say it only in the biological sense here. The mother, her sister, the girl's aunt, the father here, and you see pictures of them. They all look like Rhodes Scholars, all of them, yeah. So listen, what's going to happen here once the session gets underway? There are going to be people angry about this. Oh, no, we have to have better oversight of homeschooling. Well, maybe we do. Maybe we do. I'm not completely, though, against anything to do with just, setting up a better system, maybe for check-ins, and a system that, is not easily rigged or gamed or manipulated, as apparently we saw in the Waterbury case, allegedly, and we're seeing in this case in New Britain and Farmington, allegedly. But I am shocked to find out that there's not even an accurate number of how many kids are being homeschooled in this state, because all the parents or the guardians or whatever, the parents or the guardians don't fill out the required form in a blue state. To me, that is mind-boggling. To me, anyway, just to the common dope like me. Traffic and weather together right here, right now. It's a Tuesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound roadwork in Greenwich, exits 5 and 4. Right lane is out. Also on Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork between exit 20 and exit 17 A and B. Pick up Route 7, stay to the right to get around it. And on the northbound side of the Parkway, roadwork going into Black Rock Turnpike. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound out of Wallingford, roadwork exit 58 going down to exit 50. Stay to the right to get around them. You have mowing going on. 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 10 and 9. Right lane is out. And the Milford Connector northbound, construction between the 95 ramps and the Parkway, and that's taking the left lane. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night. Below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it, and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@connmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Are we looking at more oversight here in the coming months of homeschooling? Because we don't even have an accurate number as to how many students are actually being homeschooled by which parents here in Connecticut.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Senate Republicans met at the White House today with President Trump on day 21 of the government shutdown. More government programs are being impacted now, like SNAP, the food bank program. Allison Keyes reports.
Kelly Turner in Dothan, Alabama, says rising food prices have already changed her life.
Yeah, a lot of meats are off the table for me.
And this man outside of the Wiregrass area food bank there says no one with money is being affected.
We're just hurting the one that trying to make it from one paycheck to another. another one.
Julie Gonzalez at the food bank says people buying for themselves should
maybe consider buying it for the food bank and donating it to a food drive.
Allison Keys, CBS News.
The Trump administration has agreed to deliver more student loan forgiveness, as Michael Wallace reports.
Months after the American Federation of Teachers sued the Department of Education, claiming it illegally blocked or delayed certain loan forgiveness plans, the two sides have reached an agreement. The administration will forgive student loans for borrowers enrolled in one of two income-driven repayment plans: pay-as-you-earn plans and income-contingent plans. More than 2.5 million borrowers will qualify for the forgiveness. President Trump's Big Beautiful Bill Act will phase out those two repayment plans in 2028.
Vice President J.D. Vance arrived in Israel today and said the Gaza peace plan is proceeding better than expected. But Trump issued a warning to Hamas in a post on social media. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
The president wrote that other Middle Eastern countries are offering to go into Gaza and straighten out Hamas. This comes after reports of infighting between Hamas and gangs inside Gaza, as well as the strikes regarding Israel over the weekend. The president said he told those countries, as well as Israel, to hold off on actually putting boots on the ground in Gaza, but he added there is still hope that Hamas will do what is right, and if they do not, an end to Hamas will be fast, furious, and brutal.
Amazon has big plans for robots in its e-commerce and cloud operations. Business reporter Jason Brooks has that.
The New York Times is reporting that Amazon wants robots to eventually replace up to 600,000 human jobs by 2033, with robots making up 75% of the Seattle-based company's workforce. Amazon issued a statement saying that the leaked internal documents reflect the perspective of one team and don't reflect the company's overall hiring strategy.
After the big outage yesterday involving Amazon's cloud service, some advice from CBS's Jill Schlesinger.
You should have estate documents, a will, a power of attorney, a healthcare proxy. There should be duplicates, one in the cloud, one electronic, one physical.
The glitch lasted several hours and disrupted internet sites around the world. Stocks are mixed at this hour. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk police for an incident in 2010. A Danbury man is seriously hurt after falling from scaffolding while working at a church in Waterbury yesterday. Emergency crews were called to Our Lady of Lebanon Church shortly before 7:30 a.m. Officials say 65-year-old Alaire Rosa de Oliveira fell about 16 feet and suffered a head injury. An earlier statement from the Waterbury Police Department said de Oliveira had died, but the department shared a correction yesterday evening saying he remains hospitalized in critical condition. Jurors are deliberating in the federal trial against Costa Diamantis. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the corruption case against the former state official who oversaw school construction projects. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, Diamantis maintained his innocence.
If you're asking me would I do it again? No, I wouldn't. What I do was illegal? The answer is absolutely not.
The former state official faces decades in prison if found guilty on the 21 counts of bribery and extortion. And the First Congregational Church of Greenwich is hosting a trunk or treat event this weekend. It is happening in their parking lot on Sound Beach Avenue on Saturday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Kids from across the community are encouraged to come and get candy while dressed in their favorite costumes. The church has been holding the Halloween gathering since 2019. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway, southbound roadwork in Greenwich, exits 5 and 4. Right lane is out. Also on Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork between exit 20 and exit 17 A and B. Pick up Route 7, stay to the right to get around it. And on the northbound side of the Parkway, roadwork going into Black Rock Turnpike, left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound out of Wallingford, roadwork exit 58 going down to exit 50. Stay to the right to get around them. You have mowing going on. 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 10 and 9. Right lane is out. And the Milford Connector northbound, construction between the 95 ramps and the Parkway, and that's taking the left lane. And Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, talking it up here at 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Talk or text. Got a text message here in the first part of the hour. We talked about just some of this horrible, I almost don't have the stomach to read it on the air. And I'm not going into more of the particulars here. But in connection with the death of this, we thought she was 12, 11-year-old girl, Jacqueline Mimi Torres. Apparently she died in the fall of last year, so a little over a year ago. They found her decomposing remains. The doctor and the coroner in the case think that she was probably starved for 2 months. They kept her on pee pads and zipped. I mean, you kidding me? If ever this was a death penalty case, but we don't have capital punishment anymore thanks to that stooge, Dan Malloy, when 60-something% of people in the state still wanted capital punishment. But the reason we're talking about it is because this may affect homeschooling in the state, because this case, the Jacqueline Mimi Torres case, and the case of, I guess, this young man who just goes by S, still recovering mentally and physically from what he contends was 20 years of home captivity from his stepmother. The notion that it was said by the adults here in both cases, allegedly, that their kids were getting homeschooled is going to affect this case here. Now, before we go to the phones, I did get a text message here, talk or text, 203-333-9422. Got a text, hey, Paul, this has nothing to do with homeschooling. I don't know why they're trying to drag this into it. Well, look, there are two notions here of why this could likely affect homeschooling. One is that in both cases here, this case and the Waterbury case, both of the adults responsible here apparently told the state, hey, The guy in the Waterbury case and the young girl here in this New Britain case, they're being homeschooled. Everything's fine. So that's why the homeschooling aspect of it is coming in here. And I believe it was the state child advocate the other day said we have to look into regulations on this. So my advice would be for the people who homeschool their students, God bless you, you have the right to do that. My advice would be work with state officials and draw a line at curriculum. You don't want them to come in and to Bigfoot curriculum, but at the same time, I don't see anything wrong with maybe a regular check-in or 2 or 3, maybe throughout the year, just to make sure everything's okay. Now, does that mean that we'll filter out all the abuse that's being done, hiding behind the shroud of homeschooling? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm telling you, the majority Democrats, if they want to do it, and state officials, if they want to do it, will use these cases to come down like a ton of bricks on the homeschooling crowd, just so you know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So that's why, because, hey, I'm not making it up. The state child advocate, I think it was her, was one state official, or maybe the early childhood education official or somebody. She pretty much said it the other day that, once the General Assembly is back in session here, we need to talk about this. We got some splaining to do on this. Jose in Shelton's with us. Jose, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Okay. How are you, Paul?
I'm all right, Jose. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm over here enjoying beautiful Connecticut, watching a soccer game.
Yeah.
High school soccer game.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
And why do you keep talking about these cases? The DCF is okay. You sure they got to make improvements, but they're okay. Homeschooling's okay.
Yeah.
You know what I did today? I went out and voted, Paul.
You did? How many
Something that
times?
you were against
How many
early
times?
voting,
How
Paul.
many times?
One time,
Are
Paul.
you sure?
I remember you were against early voting.
Well, I'm not.
You
I'm
were
not,
wrong
Jose.
on
I'm not against early
You
voting.
were
Number
against
one.
it.
Number
It's a
one. No. Number one. Even the Secretary of the State, who is a Democrat, last time you checked, she said, now unless it changed. She said, listen, we don't have enough money to do this the right way. There are not enough uniform standards. And number two, Jose, they have done studies. They have done studies to show that early voting does not boost turnout.
It's not about turnout.
What's it about then?
Convenience, Paul.
It's about all right.
Convenience,
Okay. No, I agree with you on
I
that.
just voted today because I'm a retiree and I have time. I don't know election day. Maybe I won't be able to vote. Maybe we'll have 5 feet of snow. Paul, it's about convenience, Paul. You forget that very easy.
Yeah.
You know what the word convenience means?
What does that mean, Jose? Tell me. I'm not sure. What does convenient mean?
When you have time, you could do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, you said the state of Connecticut doesn't have money. They have $4 billion in the rainy day fund.
Yeah,
you know what that
and
means,
she can't get, and she had to go begging.
She can't get none of that
She
money.
had to go begging to your party, Jose, to get money for early voting. What's up with that?
And you know what? I'm disappointed in my party.
What?
They didn't pass the law where you could vote absentee, no excuse. That even gives you more freedom as a voter.
Yeah, because we could all because the whole state's got to be like Bridgeport, right? Is that what we're going after here?
No, Bridgeport is a beautiful city.
Yeah, I didn't say.
Convenience again, Paul. You don't like convenience.
No,
do you?
well, listen, I don't listen. It's
Do you
good.
like convenience?
I love convenience, but I don't get to luxuriate like you big. Like you know why? You know why, Jose? You know why? Because I don't trust the process. I don't trust it.
You don't trust the process.
There
So
are
you're gonna
no
have a senior
uniform
in a wheelchair
standards.
show up to vote. and 5 feet of snow, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what I want. There are no
what you're for?
Jose, go talk to the Secretary of the State. Even she had to go beg the Democrats.
Yeah, but she doesn't have all the right answers.
Well,
Paul.
no, you know she
doesn't have
does.
the right answers.
She does. She said,
she
hey,
does.
if you want me to do this, I need more money.
So Lamont, the legislator, has to give her more
That's
money.
right.
They got $4 billion.
So we agree then. What are we talking about then?
No, well, what are we talking about? You're against convenience, and I'm for convenience.
How many nips
I'm
did you have today?
I don't drink nips, only on dates. I only drink nips when I'm on a date, not when I'm voting.
Is that one of your cocktails before the day? You have a little shot and you're good, huh? Yeah.
Only when I'm dating, so I can get in the mood to talk.
Yo, the talk, yeah. All right, Jose. He uses one of those nips. I love Jose. Hey, because he knows he may have to talk before the night is through.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
This fall, cozy up to savings at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Whether you're refreshing a room or refurnishing your whole home, Spectre Furniture's fall savings event makes it easy and affordable. And if your old couch or mattress has more lumps than your grandma's gravy, it's time for an upgrade. See what they're all about or ask your neighbor. Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, where tradition meets comfort. Trusted for 135 years. Thank you for shopping local. SpectreFurniture.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound is easier overall. Route 8 northbound, congestion delays come out of Shelton going into the Commodore Hole Bridge, and 84 eastbound busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Is there going to be increased oversight now of homeschooling in the state? Somewhere between 2,000 to about 22,000 students are homeschooled in the state, but because you had a couple of high-profile cases, one in Waterbury and one a tragic death in New Britain, a home imprisonment case in Waterbury, are those 2,000 to 22,000 students going to be under more scrutiny here? Now, again, I don't want the state to come in and Bigfoot the curriculum, but any more scrutiny? Is that necessarily a bad thing? Now, I know the homeschool contingent of people who do that, they're very happy they do that. But having said that, are they making this out to be the worst possible thing before we actually know what it is? You tell me. Joe in Madison. Joe, good afternoon. You're on the show. How are you, sir?
I'm fine today. How are you doing, Paul?
I'm good, Joe. What's on your mind?
Well, I enjoy the show, but I have, unfortunately, one time to say I don't think you realize what's happening in this state. We live in a blue state.
Okay.
The blue people in Hartford want to take over homeschooling, just as they want to take over the 169 towns in Connecticut by pushing through zoning. Just with this, right after the accident or the unfortunate incident in Waterbury, I heard Lamont come on the air and say, we got to look at homeschooling. Never did anyone say, maybe we have a state bureaucracy problem here. The agency that should be looking after these children. So if they have, a checkoff list where if you meet criteria number one, they leave you alone and now start going into all the other issues that could possibly be there, like who are these parents? Are they boyfriends living with mothers? Are they girlfriends living with fathers? And, this whole thing. And the second one that just happened, the same thing. Out comes all the bureaucrats hollering about homeschooling. This is not about homeschool. I know some parents who have homeschooled their children, and they did much better than any private school would even, never mind public school.
Oh, and I agree with you. Joe, I agree with you.
Okay, I'm just... Pardon?
No, I was going to say, I agree with you, that yes, there are people in this state, whether it's some of the teachers' union people, but not all, but some bureaucrats who would like nothing more, Joe, than to see homeschooling go away. I'm just putting this out there as a warning as you say, they're going to use these two cases now, the one in Waterbury that you mentioned was months ago, and this horrible one in New Britain, as a pretext for getting rid of homeschooling. So what I think the homeschooling people should do, Joe, is let's get ready for that and go to the state and say, wait a minute, hold it. This isn't about homeschooling per se and the curriculum. It's about, as you say, Joe, the bureaucracy and how do we protect kids here without touching the homeschooling.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as I said earlier, the 169 towns in Connecticut will become regionalized because if they push through that bill with zoning going away from the local communities, so it's all part of the same group up there.
Yeah.
They're all Marxist.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Joe, thank you. Appreciate the call, Joe. Now, listen, you can be blunt on the show. Just don't use the dirty words. Joe said Marxist. Okay. Well, look, I suspect there might be some Marxist members in the General Assembly, but they won't say that. Wouldn't that be funny? The Marxist state senator from Pomfret. No, I'm just kidding. I really honestly am. But yeah, Joe and I were in kind of an agreement here. Be ready, be prepared. The homeschooling people in this state, avoid the temptation. If the General Assembly comes at you, or if the Democrats in the General Assembly come at you or whatever, to say, no, la, we're not going to talk to you. Say no. We're all for keeping kids safe. It's okay to admit that there may be people who are using the homeschooling excuse to abuse some kids without, submitting to an attack on homeschooling. So all I am saying here is don't fall into the trap, because if you start screaming and yelling, nobody's going to hear your message. All right? Traffic and weather together. A lot more coming up. Open phones, text messages to talk or text 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound is easier overall. Route 8 northbound, congestion delays come out of Shelton going into the Commodore Hole Bridge, and 84 eastbound busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
This winter is shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Vice President J.D. Vance joined President Trump's envoys in Israel today amid big questions about the Gaza peace plan, the disarming of Hamas especially. Former presidential envoy Roger Carstens.
If I was in Hamas, and thank goodness I'm not, I would imagine they're going to make this tough. They're going to squirrel away some of their weaponry, and it's going to be a challenge to go in and get them to turn in all their big weapons, to include belt-fed weapons, mortars, anything other than an AK-47. And even an AK-47 can do great damage, as we saw from the attacks on Sunday.
Trump hosted Senate Republicans at the White House today on day 21 of the government shutdown. More and more government programs are being impacted. People who rely on SNAP could be losing benefits soon. This woman in Dothan, Alabama.
Groceries are too high to be playing around with other folks' food stamps, because right now everybody's suffering.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic violence incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk police for an incident in 2010. The man charged for allegedly restraining two people in a hotel room at the Foxwoods Resort Casino yesterday is identified as David Griswold of East Windsor. He was taken into custody on the 16th floor of the Fox Tower Hotel several hours after police were called to the scene for a reported disturbance. Charges against Griswold include first-degree criminal attempt to assault, unlawful restraint, and reckless endangerment. The Bridgeport City Council's Public Safety Committee is approving a resolution related to concerns over masked immigration agents in the community. Committee members voted in favor of the measure during last night's meeting. The resolution urges federal customs officials to detain only illegal immigrants who are suspected of committing violent crimes or who pose a serious threat to the public. The document also encourages local law enforcement to identify individuals who they believe may be impersonating ICE officials. An earlier version of the resolution asked immigration agents to remove masks while working in Bridgeport, but the city's law department advised against including that section. Danbury Public Schools are getting over $150,000 in state money to grow a couple of after-school programs. Governor Ned Lamont announced the investments for the Stadley Ruff and South Street elementary schools yesterday. The programs offer tutoring and various other activities that provide academic enrichment. School districts and nonprofits in Bridgeport, New Haven, and other cities have been awarded state grants for after-school programs as well. In an effort to address food insecurity on college campuses, Stop and Shop announced a $200,000 donation to the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system today. The donation will include both monetary and product donations. The announcement took place at Central Connecticut State University's Student Center, and volunteers will be assembling 1,000 care packages to be distributed among the CSCU's 4 regional universities. Stop and Shop has contributed almost $600,000 in support of students since partnering with CSCU in 2019. The DEA is partnering with participating local health organizations and law enforcement agencies for this Saturday's National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. The event is an opportunity for Connecticut residents and others around the country to safely drop off and dispose of expired and unneeded prescription medications. Drop-off locations will be available in most communities. A complete list of those sites can be found at dea.gov/takebackday. Yesterday, Governor Ned Lamont nominated 4 commissioners to the Public Utility Regulatory Authority.
The job has gotten a lot more complicated over the last 20 years. And I really was looking for people who could, A, hit the ground running, and B, with a breadth of experience to deal with all the different complexities that's involved in energy regulation and telecom and water and all the different issues confronting, with a really eye upon reliability and affordability.
This follows Lamont's previous announcement last month that the agency's controversial former chair, Marissa Gillette, was stepping down. Gillette had faced scrutiny from state Republicans over alleged backroom deals regarding her nomination, as well as significant increases in customer utility bills. Of the 4 new commissioners appointed by the governor, Thomas Weil of Madison will serve as the chair. And the Stamford Fire Department has named its 2025 Firefighter of the Year. 11-year veteran Christopher Foreman has been selected for the honor. Foreman has been recognized for starting his department's child car seat installation and safety education program, helping to keep hundreds of kids safe. He was given the award while attending the Salute to Connecticut's Bravest dinner at AquaTurf in Southington last week. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 has things backed up into no man's land in Fairfield. On 95 northbound, just shy of an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through. Out of New Haven, southbound side, volume delays on 95 through Long Wharf and Route 8 northbound. You're on the brakes going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Horrible story in Stratford. We'll get back to that momentarily because it's one of these stories that you hear and you just... You can imagine somebody getting caught up in the web of domestic abuse. Horrible, horrible. Also talking about the fact that it seems likely that after this latest situation, 3 people facing charges in connection with the, I guess, the starving death. Oh, my God, horrible. Of an 11-year-old girl, there may be new scrutiny regarding homeschooling. And I'm just telling people who are going to push back on this, you may want to think twice and just talk to the state and say, hey, how can we work to make it safer for kids? Tell the state, we don't want you coming in here and bigfooting us as parents and whatever, telling us here what we can and cannot teach. But I'm warning you folks, just be careful of this. If you have a state rep or a state senate member in your districts who happens to be a friend of homeschooling, because not a lot of reps and state senate members are, a lot of them they come in on bended knee to the Connecticut Education Association, AFT Connecticut, and, let's not listen. Let's not pull punches here. The teachers' unions in the state are not exactly warm and fuzzy supporters of homeschooling. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What a horrible story out of the town of Stratford here. Chris had it in the news. You have this guy, I guess a suspect, who was due to be arraigned earlier today. 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey, in connection with the death of 62-year-old Megan McShane. Just an absolutely horrible situation. But as the police tell us, there is a sad fact to this that you often see and hear about in what apparently is another case of ongoing domestic violence.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
That is Police Captain Jerry Pinto, as you heard in the newscast there from Chris, and just horrible. And I shudder to think what somebody in an obviously abusive now and deadly relationship must deal with. It's far more oftentimes than not the woman who ends up being on the bad end of things here, as what happened in Stratford last night. Cops going to a Griffin Street home, they found 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey lying on top of the woman who was pronounced dead there. 62-year-old Megan McShane. Mulvey charged with felony murder, interfering with a police officer. He's expected to appear virtually today on the screen in the courtroom. And again, previously arrested in May on a domestic violence charge. I believe they're saying he had a further arrest several years ago. I've heard allegations to that. He was sentenced, in October of 2010. He was arrested after Norwalk police say he lunged at two officers with a large kitchen knife in the parking lot of a storage facility. Police have been summoned to the scene for a dispute between Mulvey and an ex-girlfriend. So you see a pattern here. At the trial, the jury found Mulvey not guilty of more serious charges, but convicted him on two lesser counts of interfering with a police officer, a Class A misdemeanor. And he was sentenced to 2 years behind bars, which essentially amounted to time served. Well, there you go. Following his arrest on October 26 of 2010, and he went to trial in September of 2012. So there you go. A horrible, horrible situation. And now a woman is dead. What do you do in a situation like this, where somebody has a record, and I'm sure if you talk to police or you talk to investigators or prosecutors in cases like this, they know. And it's sad, right? They know that, oftentimes, more oftentimes than not, it's only it is only a matter of time before, sadly, something like this happens. So again, the arraignment due this afternoon. Earlier today, 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it. and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@connmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 has things backed up into no man's land for Fairfield. On 95 northbound, just shy of an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through. Out of New Haven, southbound side, volume delays on 95 through Long Wharf, and Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, we're here for another 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. Love to have you stop by 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I guess within just the last half an hour or so, there may be some signals now coming from both sides in D.C. about this government shutdown today. I guess Chuck Schumer on the Democratic side in the Senate and Hakeem Jeffries reached out to Donald Trump today, says here, urging him to sit down and to negotiate, because we're in, week 3 of the showdown, and against more people on both sides digging their heels again. What may be causing this is maybe the overtures from the Democratic side are happening, perchance, because there's some new polls coming in now, and this apparently, according to, I think there was a big CNN poll, you may have seen them talking about this, apparently the rub here is that this is not affecting the Trump favorability numbers here. Now, it's beating on Congress on both parties. But apparently, as far as the job approval or whatever, numbers connected directly to the White House, the gamble here that this would not, and again, according to this, just one or two surveys here, but apparently the polling connected directly to President Trump is not really showing any changes. In fact, in one poll, it shows Mr. Trump actually gaining a point on this whole thing. So maybe you have both sides, looking at each other saying, well, he's over there laughing at both sides here. Why don't we just do something? And I continue to maintain, now maybe I'm wrong here because he says it's not true. I continue to maintain that something made Chuck Schumer do this, whether it was research, whether it was AOC, she's denying it. But from a purely tactical point of view, why wouldn't you just sign a clean, what they call a clean CR, meaning, hey, all right, we'll get together, both sides, and we'll continue the funding of the government until, the end of November or early December or something like that, and then we can work on these, Obamacare tax subsidies. And now even the White House is saying, well, okay, if you just reopen the government, and we'll talk about this. Now, I know what the Democrats are probably saying. They're saying, well, we don't trust Trump. And I get that. I understand that. I'm sure trust is not, on a high plane in D.C. these days. But there's going to come to a point where neither side is going to benefit from this. In fact, they've probably reached that point right now. It's a couple of properties here, right? If you're a pilot and you only have so much fuel, it's called the point of no return. Like, we have to turn around here or we're going to crash. And then you have the property of diminishing returns. The more you do something, the less that's going to end up helping you. And I would guess that both sides are, they say they're not talking. That's garbage. Don't ever believe that. Maybe the top dogs, the top kitty cats, they're not discussing stuff directly on the record. There's always back channel talks. And here's what it comes down to. Schumer's under pressure from the far left of his party, from AOC, from Bernie Sanders, from, Ayanna Pressley and Pramila Jayapal and those people, not to do a continuing resolution in order to try and get some political body shots and body blows in on President Trump. And the White House and the Republicans are probably saying, well, you know what? We control everything now. You had your cute little No Kings rallies over the weekend. And maybe, as somebody told me here at Connoisseur earlier, they were watching something over the weekend, and there was some on one of the news channels. Could have been Fox, MSNBC, CNN, whatever. And I didn't know this happened, but there are experts going now on the weekend and coming off the No Kings rallies that predicted you might see movement yesterday or today, because the idea was, from a tactical point of view, if you're the Democrats, why would you want to do anything before the No Kings rallies and demonstrations? Right? Wait till after that. Wait a couple of days and say, hey, we're energized here. 7 million people are angry. So let's open up the government some way and just do this. Because now you also get to a point where when you go into week 3, there are probably thousands of government workers, right? Maybe some here in Connecticut. I have no idea. They're talking about 500 to 1,000 jobs maybe getting affected here in Connecticut. Those people have probably missed at least one pay cycle. Apparently, you've got FAA and TSA people working at airports. They have to, without getting paid. I read a story this past weekend. You've got some airports, including Harry Reid Airport in Las Vegas, that are being used as food pantries, as, places where federal workers can go and get free food and toiletries and stuff like that. It's that bad. So, maybe they do this. I don't know. I still, once again, and maybe there's an ulterior motive here, I have no idea why Schumer's doing this. Now, again, you could say it's the Republicans doing this, but if the Republicans are offering what they call a clean, continuing resolution, hey, let's extend the money for a couple of months and figure out how we go from there. And if, in fact, and I haven't seen anything to refute this, if, in fact, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are saying, well, we're not going to do that until you, in this bill, see, this is what people don't know is going on here. Along with extending the spending of the federal government, we want to extend these Obamacare subsidies that were due to sunset from the Biden years. If they're doing that, well, then the shutdown kind of really is on them. And again, as Mr. Trump is wanting to do, there is marketing here. He has marketed this whole thing, whether you love this and agree with him or you can't stand him and you spitting this out when you hear it, they're marketing this as what? The Schumer shutdown. And to a point, factually, if what we're presented with is accurate, it kind of is. See, we will find out eventually who pushed him into this. Because I've said this over and over again, and I maintain it until I find out otherwise. He was pushed into doing this. Because, again, you're a year out now, roughly, give or take a couple of weeks, you're a year out now from the midterms. And I'm sure there are angry people, especially at the national level, who are saying you've got to. This is like a fight, folks. When one fighter goes there and he thinks he's going to lose, so what do? It's like the rope-a-dope thing. You try and get somebody to just give body shots, right? You do what Muhammad Ali did against George Foreman. You try and absorb the body shots, and you get the other side or the other fighter, the other boxer or whatever, to punch him or herself out. But you figure a year out of the midterms, if you're the Democrats, you're probably saying, listen, we've got to get some sort of a win here. We don't control anything, and Trump is doing his usual tactic of just a deluge of stuff going on to where, let's face it, whether you love Trump or not, or hate him, or think he's the greatest thing, one thing he does well is he just keeps issue after issue after issue after issue going, and the other side doesn't know really where to begin.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 has things backed up into no man's land. Fairfield on 95 northbound, just shy of an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through. Out of New Haven, southbound side, volume delays on 95 through Long Wharf, and Renate northbound, you're on the brakes going into the Commodore Bowl Bridge. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of Beats.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create our Beats. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Should mention before news here at the top that polling data I was mentioning comes from CNN and their numbers guy, Harry N10. N10 saying the president's net approval rating is actually up by 1 point, even as the shutdown dragged into day number 20 yesterday, dragging now into week 3. Now, more people, figure this, more people are blaming the Republicans for the shutdown, but the Trump approval rating is up 1 point. So maybe this is a case of him somehow trying, the old triangulation strategy. Stay to the left of the right and the right of the left and stay above everybody else.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Vice President J.D. Vance is the latest administration official to arrive in Israel as the fragile Gaza peace plan holds. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb.
The fact that J.D. Vance is in Israel having these meetings alongside Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who of course helped negotiate this deal and push it through, is significant. Although Mr. Vance has said that the reason he was in Israel was a trip that had long been planned, it really does come at a time in which the president clearly wants this deal to work.
Much of the frustration on the Israeli side is over the slow pace of Hamas returning the bodies of hostages. 2 more bodies were handed over today. President Trump's plans to meet again with Russia's president have been put on hold, according to a White House official. They were to have met in Budapest. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke by phone today with Russia's foreign minister. An additional meeting was deemed not necessary. Day 21 of the government shutdown, and the rhetoric is about the same.
Democrats used to care about the harm that shutdowns caused hardworking Americans.
Premiums, copays, and deductibles are about to skyrocket, and Republicans have refused to address it.
President Trump hosted Senate Republicans at the White House today for a display of unity. Peter King reports on new research showing half of all Americans will file for Social Security benefits well before the full retirement age.
The retirement survey shows 44% of Americans say they'll file before age 67. One reason?
They're faced with a savings gap, and they need the money right away.
Deb Boyden heads U.S. Defined Contribution for Schroders, which conducted the survey. She says people know they're leaving money on the table by claiming early, but
there is a lack of confidence in the future of the Social Security system.
Only 1 in 10 people say they'll wait until age 70 to claim the maximum benefit.
A potential mass casualty event at the world's busiest airport was averted. The family of 48-year-old Billy Cagle alerted police about their concerns. CBS's Skylar Henry is at Hartsfield International in Atlanta.
They say that he left his flatbed pickup truck right outside of the departure area here at the airport, came inside to this TSA checkpoint and scouted the area. The police chief yesterday said that he feels as if he was then planning on going back to that truck to then get his hands on that loaded semi-automatic rifle that had at least 27 rounds of ammunition inside. Police across the board saying that a crisis was averted.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. The Nasdaq was off by 36. The Dow Jones Industrials finished 218 points higher. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk Police for an incident in 2010. Yesterday, Governor Ned Lamont nominated 4 commissioners to the Public Utility Regulatory Authority.
The job has gotten a lot more complicated over the last 20 years. And I really was looking for people who could, A, hit the ground running, and B, with a breadth of experience to deal with all the different complexities that's involved in energy regulation and telecom and water and all the different issues confronting, with a really eye upon reliability and affordability.
This follows Lamont's previous announcement last month that the agency's controversial former chair, Marissa Gillette, was stepping down. Gillette had faced scrutiny from state Republicans over alleged backroom deals regarding her nomination, as well as significant increases in customer utility bills. Of the 4 new commissioners appointed by the governor, Thomas Weil of Madison will serve as the chair. And the First Congregational Church of Greenwich is hosting a trunk or treat event this weekend. It is happening in their parking lot on Sound Beach Avenue on Saturday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Kids from across the community are encouraged to come and get candy while dressed in their favorite costumes. The church has been holding the Halloween gathering since 2019. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound plan on an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit better now. Southbound on 95, congestion delays came through Stamford, and more volume delays heavy through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 east and westbound, some residual delays in Danbury causing an earlier problem. That's been cleared. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty then, 2 hours down, 2 to go. Great to have you with us. Thank you so much for dropping by with us Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, right here on Connecticut Today, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Question of the day today. And this is what I wanted to get your thoughts on, you wise and kind folks. What new safeguards should be put in place to keep track of students that are reportedly being homeschooled? Now, again, before you jump down my throat here, I'm not attacking homeschooling. I'm honestly not, really. But once the General Assembly gets back into session after the first of the year and we go into the next session, which is probably 3 or 4 months, it'll be the short session. Why is it the short session? Because it's an election year. But you already have state child officials, child advocates saying, hey, between what happened in this heinous New Britain case, what happened a few months ago in this alleged home imprisonment case, well, we need better better regulation of homeschooling. Because believe it or not, despite how quote-unquote progressive Connecticut is, people aren't really sure, A, about how many young kids are actually being homeschooled, and B, apparently there are parents who don't even notify the districts, according to searches that I found. So again, what methods, what safeguards could and should be put in here so homeschooling advocates can work with the state and not set up an adversarial relationship in order to give ammunition to the state teachers' unions, the legislators who don't like homeschooling and their ilk. And again, I'm asking this because coming off that horrible story in Waterbury of a few months ago, which is now in the court system, a 32-year-old gentleman named S who claims home imprisonment for 20-plus years, and we were told, or the state was told, well, he's being homeschooled, and admittedly there were some checks, but the system broke down, and now we have this, it's just horrible stuff coming out about this 11-year-old girl, Jacqueline Mimi Torres, starved to death by 3 people. Death penalty, where are you? We miss you, capital punishment. But now you're going to have people saying, hey, we were told there was a Zoom call that she was being homeschooled. So what should homeschooling advocates do to help and work with DCF and other people to say, hey, we can't let this happen again and be shrouded in homeschooling? Chris Williams has been looking at the answers to the question. Chris, what do you have?
They're very long today. Let's apply this case as a test of whatever policy we'd attempt to enact, begins Mandy. DCF knew this girl at her birth. The parents failed to show at court and deceived DCF. Everyone around this girl failed her. Would a homeschool policy triggered in her final days, for that's how long she was alleged to have been homeschooled, have magically rescued her? Doubtful. So let's focus reform on the known failures of DCF. Jenny said it's an old broken record that we're tired of repeating. It's not homeschooling. It's exhausting to keep repeating. It's the failure of DCF, and people who know absolutely nothing about it chime in with no idea what's really gone on. It's not homeschool. And Tenari says when a child is being homeschooled, someone by the school department with an education degree should be the one who teaches that child at home, unless a parent has an education degree and it has to be up to date. Also, a homeschool child should get a visit once a month by the education department social worker just to make sure all is well.
All right, some good answers there. We keep that question up as usual, as we do. Our buddy Chris Powell coming up. Always good to chat with Chris once a month, getting his thoughts on the big stories of the day right here on WICC. We'll ask him about the good Dr. Saud Anwar.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC every Sunday at 11. The Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential.
Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound plan on an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit better now. Southbound on 95, congestion delays getting through Stamford, and more volume delays heavy through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 east and westbound, some residual delays in Danbury because of an earlier problem. That's been cleared. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, the below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The voice of Connecticut is WICC 600 and 95.9. Now, back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, get back to open phones in just a bit. And when we do that, it, of course, will be at 203-333 9422 333 WICC. Right about every month this day or so, give or take a day or two, we check in with the great Chris Powell. Check out ChrisPowellColumn.com, longtime editorialist and newspaper editor here in the state. Mr. Powell, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, I used to play softball a lot too.
Did you really? Were you a demon? Were you on the newspaper softball teams?
Oh, I managed it. I played for it, played for another team, and
nice.
I wish I could lose another 50 pounds and go back and do it again.
Go back and play. So, but your knees and everything are still in reasonably good shape after that? Knees, hips, all that?
Yep, I've been very lucky in that respect. But I
that's
guess
good.
I'm
Good.
too old to play with the big boys.
You and me both. Hey, a couple of your columns, Chris. Before we get to the good Dr. Anwar, let's talk about a previous column you wrote, an effort here to do something that was kind of not odd when you and I were growing up way back then, the introduction of more Catholic schools or Catholic-based or charter schools to some of our cities here, something that, what a shock, some of the leftists in Hartford and some of the teachers' union people are not all that thrilled with.
Yeah, if somebody had told me a century ago I was going to get married and have a daughter and send her to Catholic school, I would have vomited. And then I had... I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 decades of dealing with the public education bureaucracy as a newspaper editor, and I began to thank God there were Catholic schools in town. It's the Catholic schools, at least they have some some standards. They have some discipline, and I'm just afraid here in Connecticut, public education is really not much more than social promotion now, and we see the terrible results of that, but we don't do anything about it. So I'm very glad that the new Archbishop in Hartford, Christopher Coyne, is planning to reopen a Catholic school in the city. I guess they haven't had a Catholic school in Hartford for, I don't know what it is, 8 or 9 years.
That's remarkable. I read that, and I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, well, Catholic education is important to him. Surprisingly, it's important to me now too. But he is opening a Catholic elementary school in Hartford next to the cathedral. They're going to start small. Next year, they'll have kindergarten, first and second grade, and then they're going to try to add a grade every year till they get up to 8th grade. And of course, I wish them success. The schools in Hartford are very, very troubled, and I think a Catholic school with its standards, and quite apart from its religious doctrine, but with its educational academic standards, I think it could help a bunch of kids in Hartford who could use the opportunities. So I think public schools in Connecticut need competition. They are not upholding standards. Their only policy is social promotion. And Catholic schools or somebody else's schools could give them the competition we need and maybe spur them to reconsider their premises.
What's the over-under, Chris, on how long it takes the Connecticut ACLU to sue that school because the wearing of uniforms is oppressive? What do you think?
Well, I don't know that the ACLU will sue for that, but there is a federal legislation now that would give people federal tax deductions for donating up to $1,700 a year. $1,700 a year to religious schools and other schools that give scholarships to poor kids. I can see how the ACLU might figure, oh no, this is unconstitutional. It's federal financial support that would end up with religious schools, but I think the Supreme Court would let that go through. I'm afraid it's coming to the situation here in Connecticut where just getting an education is becoming unconstitutional.
I have my freedom, Chris, to be completely ignorant if I want to. How dare the school system help me? Chris Powell is the guest. Check out ChrisPowellColumn.com. Chris, apparently the No Kings rallies worked over the weekend. We still don't have a king. Interesting turnout. Listen, I said earlier in the week, I love people participating in legitimate, calm protest. It's good. It was a nice weekend. 7 million people got out on the weekend. And a member of the Connecticut State Senate of some note, who has had his past run-ins with people, including Governor Lamont, Dr. Anwar, I guess found himself behind a sign that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but his party is standing right behind him.
Yeah, well, I should have full disclosure that I've had a run-in with Senator Anwar, too, a few years ago.
Oh.
He gave a speech saying that Hartford Current columnist Kevin Rennie and I should be silenced.
Oh, yes! That's great. Hey, Chris, that's great progressive liberal thinking, isn't it? Let's silence people, yeah.
Well, he didn't really answer for that very well, but he got some controversy internationally by holding a sign at the No Kings rally in Hartford with a drawing of Kentucky Fried Chicken and a McDonald's Happy Meal, and the sign said "Cholesterol, do your job." So he was, making a joke of his death wish for President Trump. All I can say is, in older days, in living memory, we had more standards than that. We thinking thinking ill thoughts of people in high public office is not a moral failing. And I'd be the first to admit that if President Trump wanted to visit the Titanic, I wouldn't stand in his way. But, wishing openly, a public official wishing openly for somebody's death, especially the death of a political adversary, that that poisons the well of political discourse. And but I can't say that Anwar should know better. In fact, Governor Lamont scolded him yesterday, saying that the governor said he found it offensive and inappropriate. I would bet the governor that most Democrats in Connecticut would agree with Anwar that Anwar did the right thing, even if it disgusted the governor. I'd go farther than that. I suspect that if there was a poll of Democrats in Connecticut, you would find a majority favoring the assassination of Trump. That's how far we've gone.
And yet, finally, Chris, we had the No Kings rallies, and I said, well, that's great. But again, you don't win a game at the pep rally. You have to have a game plan here, Chris, and I am constantly astounded by the yelling and the screaming with, at least at this point, Chris, and I know we're a year out from the midterms and everything, but everything, excuse my language, is Trump sucks. Well, that didn't work too well last November, and it pains me to see the once great Democratic Party of JFK and LBJ and even locally, Ella Grasso and Bill O'Neill have no ideas, Chris. Just everything is a scream here. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, I wrote a column about this yesterday that I hope will get published tomorrow. Mm-hmm. The rallies were just, a pep rally to rile up the political opposition. I think that, the Democrats should get together and do something a little more useful to themselves and our political discourse than these rallies. I think they should be sitting down and thinking, as awful as Trump is, personally, megalomania, recklessness, corruption, incompetence, contradictions, vulgarity, and sneering, all those things are Trump's, personal characteristics. The Democrats should be asking themselves, why the hell did the country elect him? Not just elect him. Why did they bring him back when we saw these characteristics in his first term? What caused the country to think that Trump is the lesser of two evils? And the reasons I put down is, well, you vote for Democrats, you get open borders and unprecedented illegal immigration and soaring inflation, worsening poverty, racial preferences, political correctness, censorship, 24-hour abortion, men and women's sports and bathrooms and prisons. And the odd thing is that all that stuff remains the political platform of the people at the No Kings rallies.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We will end on that, Chris Powell. Thank you. Go ice down those knees, Chris. Keep them healthy. You never know. Chris, thanks. We'll be in touch, my friend. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Chris Powell. Check him out, ChrisPowellColumn.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound plan on an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit better now. Southbound on 95, congestion delays getting through Stamford, and more volume delays heavy through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 east and westbound, some residual delays in Danbury because of an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly When you call Car Beauty, go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The government shutdown is entering its fourth week, and a meeting at the White House with Senate Republicans failed to produce a plan to end it. Government programs are being impacted, like SNAP, the food assistance program, as correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
People outside of the Wiregrass Area Food Bank in Dothan, Alabama, are very worried about losing their food stamps.
It ain't hurting nothing but the low-class people. It's not hurting the people that got plenty of money.
Food banks across the nation are urging people to buy a little extra at stores and donate it to those in need.
In the Middle East, Hamas has handed over the remains of two more hostages from Gaza. J.D. Vance in Israel urged patience amid Israel's frustration over the pace of returning the hostages. CBS News correspondent Holly Williams.
The ceasefire began more than 10 days ago, and so far it seems to be holding more or less.
On Wall Street today, stocks are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk Police for an incident in 2010. A Danbury man is seriously hurt after falling from scaffolding while working at a church in Waterbury yesterday. Emergency crews were called to Our Lady of Lebanon Church shortly before 7:30 a.m. Officials say 65-year-old Alera Rosa de Oliveira fell about 16 feet and suffered a head injury. An earlier statement from the Waterbury Police Department said de Oliveira had died, but the department shared a correction yesterday evening saying he remains hospitalized in critical condition. The man charged for allegedly restraining two people in a hotel room at the Foxwoods Resort Casino yesterday is identified as David Griswold of East Windsor. He was taken into custody on the 16th floor of the Fox Tower Hotel several hours after police were called to the scene for a reported disturbance. Charges against Griswold include first-degree criminal attempt to assault, unlawful restraint, and reckless endangerment. The Bridgeport City Council's Public Safety Committee is approving a resolution related to concerns over masked immigration agents in the community. Committee members voted in favor of the measure during last night's meeting. The resolution urges federal customs officials to detain only illegal immigrants who are suspected of committing violent crimes or who pose a serious threat to the public. The document also encourages local law enforcement to identify individuals who they believe may be impersonating ICE officials. An earlier version of the resolution asked immigration agents to remove masks while working in Bridgeport, but the city's law department advised against including that section. The DEA is partnering with participating local health organizations and law enforcement agencies for this Saturday's National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. The event is an opportunity for Connecticut residents and others around the country to safely drop off and dispose of expired and unneeded prescription medications. Drop-off locations will be available in most communities. A complete list of those sites can be found at dea.gov/takebackday. Jurors are deliberating in the federal trial against Costa Diamantis. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the corruption case against the former state official who oversaw school construction projects. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, Diamantis maintained his innocence.
If you're asking me, would I do it again? No, I wouldn't. What I do was illegal? The answer is absolutely not.
The former state official faces decades in prison if found guilty on the 21 counts of bribery and extortion. In an effort to address food insecurity on college campuses, Stop and Shop announced a $200,000 donation to the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system today. The donation included both money and product donations. The announcement took place at Central Connecticut State University's Student Center, and volunteers assembled 1,000 care packages to be distributed among the CSCU's 4 regional universities. Stop and Shop has contributed almost $600,000 in support of students since partnering with CSCU in 2019. Danbury Public Schools are getting over $150,000 in state money to grow a couple of after-school programs. Governor Ned Lamont announced the investments for the Stadley Ruff and South Street elementary schools yesterday. The programs offer tutoring and various other activities that provide academic enrichment. School districts and nonprofits in Bridgeport, New Haven, and other cities have been awarded state grants for after-school programs as well. And the Stamford Fire Department has named its 2025 Firefighter of the Year. 11-year veteran Christopher Foreman has been selected for the honor. Foreman has been recognized for starting his department's child car seat installation and safety education program, helping to keep hundreds of kids safe. He was given the award while attending the Salute to Connecticut's Bravest dinner at AquaTurf in Southington last week. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound plan on an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit better now. Southbound on 95, congestion delays came through Stamford, and more volume delays heavy through Longworth into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 east and westbound, some residual delays in Danbury because of an earlier problem. That's been cleared. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, with below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay. 20. Why did I say that? I have no idea, but it just sounds good. It's from my fantasizing being on a horse. I think I was on a horse like twice in my life, I think, when I was young. I got up there and I said, all right, I'm riding a horse. This is good, and I've had about enough. What do you want me to say? Oh, man. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Hope all is well with you and yours. Thanks to Chris Powell there. We check in with him mid-month. We do. Chris, you may not know, he ran the Journal-Inquirer of Manchester for years. Really good columnist at J.I. Now, it still exists. It's under the Hearst umbrella, I think, now. J.I. was one of the best small newspapers in the country. They won a lot of awards back in the day with Chris's tutelage. I had no idea, though, about his legendary softball exploits. So there you be. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In fact, I have a story coming up about Hamden. Stay tuned for that. Tim in Hamden's here. He'll want to hear that one. Tim, how are you?
Are you talking about Whitney Avenue?
Whitney Avenue. What section of Whitney Avenue? Why? What happened on Whitney Avenue?
Apparently, there's some sort of a Halloween display that the mayor and everybody's all upset about.
Oh, no, not that, but I did. Now, what's the deal with that? Have you seen that?
I haven't seen it. I hear it's, it's got people being electrocuted and all sorts of, strange things.
What's wrong with that? No, I'm just kidding.
Wrong with that? Yeah, really.
Well, yeah, and I can see, because sometimes you have these things, and I get it, it's personal property, but there was one in a part of the country I saw that literally had a mannequin hanging out of a window, and the cops had to go there and tell the homeowner, "Can you please take this down?" Because people don't get it.
Have you seen the one where it looks like the entire house is on fire?
Yes, I did see that one. Yes,
that one was just like, wow, that was, and everything.
Quick story before we get to your point. There was a radio station once in Florida that marketed their airborne traffic reports once, and they got as the story went, because I talked to the guy who did mornings down there. He said we went and we got the old Hulk of like a used Cessna 172 or 162, and we set it up, and they got a rooftop billboard, and they put one wing of this old front of a Hulk of a Cessna through the billboard and the propeller, and they had a mannequin of their traffic reporter who was well known in the market. He was smiling and waving his hands up there mechanically. They had to take it down because the police department said, everybody thinks your traffic guy just crashed. Please take that down. Isn't that great?
Well, I used to live in Providence, and they have a giant cockroach on 95.
Yes, I remember that.
With it, and it, around Christmas time, its nose lights all up.
Yes.
And they sponsored a Saturday morning show.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know what you would talk about.
Well,
pesticides and stuff in your home for an hour.
So what's on your mind, Tim? What's on your mind today? Yes.
Well, you were talking about the poor baby, the Mimi, and everything that was killed, and bring back the death penalty. And I'm like, okay, now who's actually the murderer here?
All three of them. Kill them all. No, I don't know.
Three of them. Kill them all.
No, I don't know.
Well, that's just it. When they would throw each other under the bus, and then over in Utah, the Charlie Kirk thing, they're talking about using a firing squad.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like,
well, what's funny, Tim? When we did get rid of the death penalty, I remember reading a story where actually prosecutors, even though many of them were anti-death penalty, they wanted it to stay on the books because then they would get suspects to talk. Because as one prosecutor would say, I remember reading, he said, nobody, even though it would take years to get put to death, nobody wants to be on death row.
Yeah, it's like an order of law and order. We're going to give you a death penalty.
That's right.
I just don't know. I certainly don't think we're going to bring it back in here. This lovely Catholic state.
No shot.
I just saw that.
No shot.
But I'm really concerned about, what's the and there's supposed to be the deterrent. I look at those three morons, whatever they are. I don't think if we had the worst death penalty and you could get it within, a week, I don't think any of them would have the consciousness to, say it. They all look like they're all strung out, drugs, everything else. Same thing with the Charlie Kirk guy. It just something switched in his head, and it went. And it's a shame. I certainly don't hope we get into that. Oh, and you haven't added the other state rep who's running for Congress to that terrible No Kings thing. She apparently had a sign that said, 86,
86, 47?
47, yeah. And
who is this now? Republican? In what district is this? I didn't see this.
Gillian.
Gillian Gilchrist. Yeah. She's West Hartford. Yeah, she's running it. Well, Well,
good luck.
Well,
we should find everything that we should look at and stuff. But it's
the splitting of hairs there is Dr. Anwar's thing about cholesterol and Trump. I think it's a little more defined than 86-47 because even James Comey was like, well, 86 just means we don't want him there. I didn't mean him anybody. Anyway, Tim, stay tuned.
Take him off the thing. Okay.
Stay tuned because I will give you some interesting Hamden news coming up straight ahead.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with connections, resources, and insights to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Join me at Reputation Made, Thursday, November 6th at UConn Stamford from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Learn from a league of marketing, communications, and advocacy pros like Stu Leonard on how to cut through the chaos, master storytelling and media strategy, and build influence and authentic engagement with your audience. Reputation Made, November 6th at UConn Stamford. Learn how to make your business stand out. Reserve your spot and get more information at ConnecticutMade.com. Join me on November 6th at UConn Stamford and get made. ConnecticutMade.com.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron Insana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A mixed market on a day with heavy news flow as the Dow closed at a record high, the Nasdaq pulled back, and the S&P was flat. Coca-Cola, 3M, and even GM to a certain extent, not in the Dow any longer, but certainly added to the positive vibes around earnings as all three beat expectations. The Dow finished at 46,924, up 218 points on the day. That's a new high. The S&P was up a fraction. The Nasdaq down nearly 37 points to 22,953. The biggest drop today came in gold and silver, down 5% and 6% respectively. Worst day for gold in over a decade, down $223 to $41.36. An apparent thaw, at least some discussion of an apparent thaw, between the U.S. and China on trade also sent silver reeling down $3.42 to $47.95 an ounce. 10-year note yields dipped to 3.96%. The dollar broadly stronger against key foreign currencies. My colleague David Faber at CNBC reporting that Warner Brothers is putting itself up for sale. Comcast, Paramount, Sky, Dance and Netflix all possible suitors. Netflix after the close delivered earnings that disappointed, the stock down 5%.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. Out on New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf. Well across north and southbound, plenty of company into the West Rock Tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes into the Commodore Hull Bridge. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICCs. I promised Tim and all you folks interesting story here on immigration. Advocates plan to hold a rally outside the Hamden Police Department sometime tonight over allegations that police could have done more to stop an ICE raid on a car wash last week that led 8 people to be taken into custody. I guess 1 has been released or 2, whatever. And you know my advice to illegals, don't go to work at a car wash because this is like the 4th or 5th time around the state. Now, wait a minute. Who thinks in their right mind or minds that a local police department is going to get in the way of ICE? No, they're not going to do that. Police issued a statement saying dispatchers got a call from a federal special agent with Homeland Security just before 8:15 a.m. last Wednesday, who told them an investigation would be carried out on Dixwell Avenue between 9:15 and 10 a.m. The agents reportedly told the Hamden PD this would take about 15 minutes and they would call the police once it was over. Quote, however, the special agent would not provide an exact address nor a cross-street location, and clarified that HSI did not require assistance from the Hamden Police Department. That's according to Lieutenant Robert Manfred of the Hamden PD. Notably, the special agent did not mention ICE at all or refer to it during the call, unquote. Wait a minute. Isn't this what Connecticut wants? Don't we have people in Hartford who say, well, no, we can't have any local cooperation with ICE? Well, you got what you wanted. John Lugo of Unidad Latina en Acción. See, I can be multicultural if I want to. You like that? An immigrant rights group that organized the rally said police should have known when they were contacted by HSI that there was a potential for an ICE raid. Yeah? He said he thinks this info should have been shared with the community beforehand. So this guy wants a local police department to get involved and say, hey, run. ¿Por qué? ICE is coming. Are you out of your mind? So wait a minute. You don't want local police to help with the ICE raids, right? Which I guess is what happens around here. But you want the local police to warn the community. Oh, come on. For God's sake. Lugo says activists plan to gather outside the department before a number of them plan to speak during the public comment portion of the Legislative Council meeting. All right, that's your right. He accused police of violating the Trust Act and said the city's welcoming city ordinance that was passed in April to protect immigrants. In his statement, Manfield said that he disputed some of the accusations here. Quote, the Hamden PD completely complied with the state's Trust Act. No Hamden police officers were present or involved in the event. The Hamden PD was not provided any detail and or specifics of the ICE operation until after the event had taken place. So let me get this straight. What am I missing? You tell me, because I'm lost here. I'm often lost. Literally and figuratively. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Seriously. The Trust Act says that law enforcement in the state cannot have anything to do with an ICE raid. Okay. They didn't. And now people are still mad. What am I missing here? Lugo said activists are demanding answers from city officials following the raid last Wednesday at the Optimo Car Wash, which reportedly involved multiple parents of school-age kids being detained. Seriously, folks, what am I missing here? The Trust Act said, and they're thinking of making that even stiffer. Go ahead. The Trust Act said no local or state law enforcement cooperation with ICE. Okay. But now what do they want? Now they want the cops to make phone calls and say ICE is coming? Come on. This is mind-numbing.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Globe across north and southbound. Plenty of company into the West Rock Tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes into the Commodore Hope Bridge. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night. Below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, real quick before news, Tony in Stratford. Tony, what's up?
Question: why were two people that were detained, released for the Hamden raid?
They may not have been illegal. They may have had papers. I don't know. I have no idea, Tony. I don't know.
That's the issue. So they're just grabbing anybody without any type of warrant because they shouldn't grab people. How would you feel if that was your family member that was grabbed and arrested and they had nothing to do with the raid?
I wouldn't be happy. No, that was sloppy, Tony. I agree with you. I would not be happy. But here's my point, too. And, Tony, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Look, ICE is not perfect. They screw up. Tony, thank you once again. Wish we had more time. We had news here. ICE is not perfect. They screw up. Some of this stuff is not good. Now, my other point is, if you're going to arrest people who are illegal, undocumented, whatever, what is being done to these business owners? Because I got news for you. I don't think enough is. Again, it takes two to tango here. People looking for a job may be undocumented. What about these unscrupulous business owners?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 21 of the government shutdown and no progress to end it. Government programs like the food assistance program SNAP are starting to be impacted. John Doman reports from a D.C. area food bank.
The Capital Area Food Bank planned to have free groceries for about 150 furloughed workers at a church in the Maryland suburbs, but several hundred more showed up.
In the DMV area, most people live paycheck to paycheck.
That's Pastor Oliver Carter here at No Limits Outreach Ministry.
The bills are still due.
Furloughed workers are frustrated.
I believe things will get harder before they get better.
Matt Bigler has more from San Francisco.
Governor Gavin Newsom is warning that federally funded CalFresh benefits could be delayed or even halted next month for some 5.5 million residents if Congress fails to reach a deal to end the government shutdown.
We haven't broken any records, but we're not necessarily breaking any new ground in terms of breakthroughs.
Nearly 2/3 of CalFresh recipients are children or the elderly.
A White House official says President Trump's Budapest meeting with Vladimir Putin is on hold. The NATO chief, meanwhile, is heading to Washington for a meeting with Trump. Vice President J.D. Vance is the latest administration official to travel to Israel in support of the peace plan for Gaza.
Right now, where I stand, I feel confident that we're going to be in a place where this peace lasts, where it's durable. And if Hamas doesn't cooperate, then as the President of the United States has said, Hamas is going to be obliterated.
Trump had warned Hamas that allies were offering to straighten the group out. Reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem.
These nations and this international force, they want to go in as a peacekeeping force. They don't want to go in and disarm Hamas forcefully. That could get them buried in the Gaza quagmire, which is really the last thing these nations want to do. So I think President Trump trying to put a little pressure on Hamas to disarm peacefully.
Pro-Palestinian student activist Mahmoud Khalil appeared in a federal appeals court in Philadelphia as he battles deportation.
This case is not about Mahmoud Khalil. This case is about every single person in this country, whether they are citizens or not. This case is about their freedom of speech and their ability to dissent and their ability to speak up, especially about Palestine, about the genocide that's happening.
Correspondent Michael George reports on why certain types of cancers are increasing.
Obesity-related cancer is on the rise worldwide among both younger and older adults. A study in the Annals of Internal Medicine looked at increasing cases of 13 types of cancers and found that obesity was primarily to blame. The rise in cases is happening among all adults age 20 and older.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. The Dow Jones Industrials were up 218 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk Police for an incident in 2010. A Danbury man is seriously hurt after falling from scaffolding while working at a church in Waterbury yesterday. Emergency crews were called to Our Lady of Lebanon Church shortly before 7:30 a.m. Officials say 65-year-old Alaire Rosa de Oliveira fell about 16 feet and suffered a head injury. An earlier statement from the Waterbury Police Department said de Oliveira had died, but the department shared a correction yesterday evening saying he remains hospitalized in critical condition. And Danbury Public Schools are getting over $150,000 in state money to grow a couple of after-school programs. Governor Ned Lamont announced the investments for the Stadley Ruff and South Street elementary schools yesterday. The programs offer tutoring and various other activities that provide academic enrichment. School districts and nonprofits in Bridgeport, New Haven, and other cities have been awarded state grants for after-school programs as well. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, for an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Not much help out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton as well. And on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night. We're below in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The official numbers kept by the state of Connecticut indicate that a little under 1,900 students are currently being homeschooled in Connecticut. Now, that number to a lot of people is embarrassingly low. They think it's much higher. One site here says it's not really close to 2,000. It could be close to 15 or 20 or 22,000. And the discussion we've had today, and again, we have our question on this, facebook.com/voice of CT. My question to you is, would you be willing, if you are a homeschooling advocate, and I am, for whatever reason, people want to pull their kids out of school and educate them. Maybe they don't want them having to have mandatory classes about this, that, or the other. It's none of my business. If it's allowed and a parent or guardian or somebody bona fide wants to do it, that's okay. But now there are allusions, rumblings, threats, or whatever saying, hey, maybe there should be more state oversight of homeschooling in Connecticut, because remarkably, as progressive and as blue as Connecticut is, there are relatively few regulations about this. Now, again, before you jump all over me, I know you've called me, and I know people that have homeschooled their kids. Their kids are nice. They're wonderful. Moms and dads really enjoy it. But we have a couple of cases here now dating back to the one a few months ago, a stepmother currently facing charges in what's been deemed the Waterbury home imprisonment case for about 20 years. A gentleman now who goes by S in his early 30s. Apparently, he was lost track of when he was about 12 or 13. Finger pointing there. And the rumbling was back then, well, he's being homeschooled. Now you have this case of 11-year-old Jacqueline Mimi Torres in New Britain, who we're finding out now was essentially starved to death by her mother, her mother's sister, her aunt on her mother's side, and the mother's boyfriend. And again, we hear that, perhaps DCF dropped the ball on this. There were allegations that the little girl was being homeschooled. There was a video Zoom call that turned out to, apparently be fraudulent. So there are all, and the reason I'm asking this is I'm not trying to crawl up the back of you homeschoolers out there. I'm not. I'm just telling you that you're already reading quotes from people with the administration in Hartford saying, hey, we now have to get more tough on this. Is that a bad thing? I'm not talking about, I in no way, shape, or form am talking about curriculum here. I'm not. But what about a regular schedule of check-ins? And I don't know how that would work. I don't know if that's done now. But here you have at least a couple of cases, and they say there could be more. And again, this should not be about homeschooling per se. I'm just warning you, this is on the way. Whether you like it or not, because remember, a lot of people in Hartford don't like homeschooling. The teachers' unions don't like it because it keeps kids out of school. And if there are 15 or 20,000 kids not in school, that affects school funding. And that affects jobs and teachers' jobs. So there is an ulterior motive here. There is. And that's okay. It's part of the political process. But you tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, what new safeguards should or could be put in place to keep track of students that are reportedly being homeschooled? Because here in Connecticut, we have remarkably lax protections on this. And how do we better find out? Maybe it's DCF's fault. I don't know. I'm asking you people, what do you think? Our friend Megan Portfolio coming up. She has written about this as well. We're coming right back.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, for an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Not much help out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton as well. And on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, the below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merritt, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Song's like 45 years old, and it's still better than 90% of the stuff out there. I know. You sound like an old, fat, suburban white guy. I am. Yes. All right. Going to hitch a ride. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Megan Portfolio here of the aforementioned Hartford Portfolio and the Yankee Institute. Megan, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. Hey, guess what? I'm not as old as that song.
Oh,
no, actually, wait a minute. How many years old is it?
Going to hitch a ride. I think it's like 45 years. The Boston
Red. Shoot. I thought you said 55.
No, I know. It's it's not that old.
Why? I hate getting old.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, man. Jeez.
So depressing. It's not as good as the new Taylor Swift album, though, I got to say.
Oh, that's right. You went on Got It today?
Oh, I downloaded that like the second it was released.
Scale of 1 to 10, what is it?
6, 7. No, I'm just kidding. That's what the kids always say nowadays.
So you're giving
probably about an 8, 8.5.
All right. I forgot you're a Swiftie. Very
I
good.
am.
Well, listen, unlike a lot of white male get off my lawn conservatives, I love her. I mean, her songs are good, but her business acumen and the fact that when she goes on tour, she outpaces like the GDP of a lot of countries. Like, how do you not love that?
I know. If I only had like 1/10 of that talent, I wouldn't have to watch CTN all day long.
All day long. Hey, listen, you're probably going to be mad at me this week. You're probably going to be mad.
No, I could never be.
Well, yeah, I think you might, because we were talking about this horrible case, this case in New Britain here. And I said the other day, listen, they're coming for homeschooling. I get it. But I think to kind of quell the uproar, and we even had the woman who works for Governor Lamont the other day, the undersecretary or something about young kids or whatever, saying, hey, we have to adjust everything that happened here. I'm not against, Megan, maybe a better process here of just keeping tabs on these kids. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. I mean, we already have laws on the books.
Yeah.
If you're a parent, it is the law that you have to have your kid educated. Like,
Yeah.
that's just,
Yeah.
That's, so, I mean, they are already covered under laws. And I totally get what you're saying, and I get the other side of the argument, especially after this New Britain case. I actually didn't really like writing this column because it was I just don't understand.
Oh, it's a horrible case. Oh,
how this what kind of and they're not even human. It's evil. So I really didn't like writing this story, but it's the way the typical Connecticut government and how they approach everything. It's with like emotion and not facts or data. And the witch hunt on homeschool is continuing.
Yeah.
And it's actually said because they haven't even finished processing like the crime scene yet.
Yeah.
And we've already have lawmakers like taking to social media and trashing the homeschool community and, oh, there's abusers among you. Like you don't get someone to the table to have a conversation about policy change when you're literally calling them murderers.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
throwing them under the bus and deflecting the fact that we do have some issues with our Department of Children and Family. I mean, this isn't the first case. There was the Waterbury case. I mean, there's so many cases that don't even go reported that they have issues with. But they immediately attack the homeschool. Like, they're not going to come to the table and talk to you. Like, and if I was a homeschool parent, I'd be like, listen, like, you're calling me a murderer. Like, we're doing nothing wrong. These people are literally doing nothing wrong, the homeschool community.
And
educating their kids, and they're pumping out smart kids.
And we find out, too, that, and again, this goes back to policy and DCF and all that, not to throw them under the bus. The caseworkers there have an incredible caseload. But you and I reading the same thing here, like they got fooled by another girl on a Zoom call, and they said, well, she's not here, she's visiting a relative, like, and there's no
crazy. Why?
And there's
why would they even consider doing that on a Zoom call? Is this like a byproduct of work from home thing? I think I did read in one of the articles that, that's not the normal procedure to do. I mean, that should never really be the procedure.
No, and again, I agree. I know people that have homeschooled their kids. A lot of people swear by it. And listen, you and I both know, Megan, that a lot of people who, don't like this, because parents can get out of, Joey has 3 moms or Johnny has, 3 fathers or whatever. I mean, that's what.
Oh my God, that's a nightmare. I didn't want any parents growing up. I couldn't imagine having 3.
Well, but you know what I mean. It's a lot of people because of religious or moral grounds. They don't want that. And you're right. I think what I think is the homeschooling community should get ready and have a plan of action to say, hey, wait a minute, hold it. We have some suggestions here that would make this better and maybe eliminate the stuff that apparently happened in Waterbury and by all indications did happen in New Britain.
Yeah. Good luck with that, though, because like I said, I mean, we had Liz Linehan from Cheshire. She another child supposedly being homeschooled to cover up her abuse and murder. Like, you don't start off a conversation like that and imply that people that homeschool are murderers or doing something nefarious and then she ends it with, make some concessions. Why would they have any concessions after you just talk to them like that? After you're basically labeling them as deviants.
Yeah. No, and again, this is, and I've been telling people all day, be the bigger person here. You're right. Now, do you think that there's maybe there won't be, but do you think there's going to be, Megan? And maybe onslaught is a strong word, and it's only the short session coming up because it's an election year. Is that time frame and the fact that it is an election year and people will get, motivated by this? Do you think maybe this doesn't happen?
Well, I haven't looked at the petition yet. I do know there's a petition going around with some regulations on homeschool, and I've seen it a lot. I don't know what they're up to for numbers, but it is a short session, and I mean, I don't know if you attended a No Kings rally this weekend.
No,
I did,
no.
There's a lot of demands that are coming down the pike. Oh, actually, was it a rally or protest? I don't know. They keep calling it different things.
Demands for what?
More with the environment, more social programs, busting the guardrails, tax the rich. I mean, it's just a whole menu of
They're not going to do it. It's an election year. You think they'll do anything beyond naming a post office after somebody? I mean, seriously.
I hope so. I mean, it'll be terrible for my profession because I won't have enough to write about, but I could only hope.
Oh, there's always stuff to write about.
I'd love to come on your show and be like, oh, my God, the scandalous thing of the day is they named a rest area after so-and-so.
Oh, my God. So yeah, you told me you went to the Middletown, right? You went to sample?
I went to the Middletown. It was, I mean, it was fun. Listen, I've been to rallies for things that I supported.
Yeah,
I personally had no issue with other people putting on rallies.
Yeah.
It was just, the makeup of the rally in Middletown didn't really reflect my community. We're very, very diverse here.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of like the boomer crowd, like white boomer crowd.
That's
and,
what I'm hearing.
like Wesleyan students. And then and then there was like some familiar faces because I pay attention to the activist world.
Yeah.
I mean, I did see a lot of out of town activist groups there. So it was very bizarre. I mean, it was totally peaceful. I had no issue with it. I mean, they had some speakers. People were sitting around with signs.
Good.
I walked away with like, I thought I would walk away with a story. I walked away with more questions. Like, what's your ask? Like, what is it that you want?
That's what I said earlier.
I mean, are you rallying? Because if you're at a rally, you're supporting something. But if you're at a protest, that means you're against something. And they were calling it both. So I walked away more confused. The only thing that did annoy me, they had the F word and then ICE on these signs that they plastered over one of the main streets in my town. And I'm like, that was really not appropriate.
No,
I mean, you could have used a different word than that. But I mean, that was, but that it didn't upset me.
Were there any food vendors? Was there at least any decent food? No,
I didn't see any. There was a couple like the Indivisible group had a table and they were handing out propaganda. But it was like an NBD. It was fine. I mean, they left it clean. They didn't litter the place or anything.
Good. All right.
But like I said, I don't know what their ask was or what the point was.
Yeah. Megan, Portfolio.
I gotta give it to them. That was a great get out.
Listen. Look. It's a good pep rally, and now, like I said, they have to follow it up with policy. Megan Portfolio, Hartford Portfolio. By the way, that song that we came in with, Boston, gonna take a ride. I checked.
Shoot, I did. I used to have them on vinyl back in the old days.
That song is 49 years old, 1976. So
darn it, I'm still older than that song.
All right,
I gotta go take care of the pup. He's all.
Go ahead.
Anxiety today because we have workers in the house.
Okay, go. Bye.
I hear him crying.
Oh, go get poor baby. Thanks, Megan. Appreciate it. Take care.
Bye.
All right, Megan Portfolio there. Going to hitch a ride on that bumper. 1976, we're all getting old.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, for an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound, not much help. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton as well. And on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
CT STEM Academy has been deepening students' knowledge of STEM concepts both in school and after school since 2011.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
CT STEM Academy aims to provide an innovative enrichment program designed for students interested in deepening their knowledge of STEM concepts. Learn how to get your student involved at ctstemacademy.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Vice President J.D. Vance is the latest administration official to visit Israel as the fragile Gaza peace plan holds. Former presidential envoy Roger Carstens.
I think the first thing they're going to have to do is just keep applying this pressure. In cases like this, it requires a lot of leadership. You can't be passive. You have to surge forward. And the fact that Witkoff, Kushner, and the vice president are there right now shows that at least they're on top of it, trying to get this done, pull everyone together. But the details now in phase 2 are going to be hard.
Hamas today released the bodies of 2 more hostages. President Trump hosted Senate Republicans at the White House on day 21 of the government shutdown. It was more a show of unity than anything.
There is no urgency for the Republicans to give in to the Democrats because at this point, the president really believes that he has the winning message here.
On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. CBS News Brief.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect has been arraigned on felony murder charges after he allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in a domestic incident in Stratford last night. Stratford police say 67-year-old Stanley Mulvey called the police dispatch center about 7 p.m. and said he had just stabbed his girlfriend and that he now wanted to kill himself. When officers arrived, they found Mulvey lying on top of 62-year-old Megan McShane, who was unresponsive and later pronounced dead. This is not Mulvey's first run-in with law enforcement due to domestic violence. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto said Mulvey was known to area police departments.
The Stratford Police Department is familiar with the names. We've dealt with them on several occasions for disturbances. Earlier this year in May, Stanley had been arrested for a domestic violence incident in which Megan McShane was the victim.
Police say Mulvey was previously arrested by Norwalk Police for an incident in 2010. The Bridgeport City Council's Public Safety Committee is approving a resolution related to concerns over masked immigration agents in the community. Committee members voted in favor of the measure during last night's meeting. The resolution urges federal customs officials to detain only illegal immigrants who are suspected of committing violent crimes or who pose a serious threat to the public. The document also encourages local law enforcement to identify individuals who they believe may be impersonating ICE officials. An earlier version of the resolution asked immigration agents to remove masks while working in Bridgeport, but the city's law department advised against including that section. The man charged for allegedly restraining 2 people in a hotel room at the Foxwoods Resort Casino yesterday is identified as David Griswold of East Windsor. He was taken into custody on the 16th floor of the Fox Tower Hotel several hours after police were called to the scene for a reported disturbance. Charges against Griswold include first-degree criminal attempt to assault, unlawful restraint, and reckless endangerment. In an effort to address food insecurity on college campuses, Stop and Shop announced a $200,000 donation to the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system today. The donation will include both monetary and product donations. The announcement took place at Central Connecticut State University's Student Center, and volunteers will be assembling 1,000 care packages to be distributed among the CSCU's 4 regional universities. Stop and Shop has contributed almost $600,000 in support of students since partnering with CSCU in 2019. Jurors are deliberating in the federal trial against Costa Diamantis. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the corruption case against the former state official who oversaw school construction projects. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, Diamantis maintained his innocence.
If you're asking me would I do it again? No, I wouldn't. What I do was illegal? The answer is absolutely not.
The former state official faces decades in prison if found guilty on the 21 counts of bribery and extortion. The DEA is partnering with participating local health organizations and law enforcement agencies for this Saturday's National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. The event is an opportunity for Connecticut residents and others around the country to safely drop off and dispose of expired and unneeded prescription medications. Drop-off locations will be available in most communities. A complete list of those sites can be found at dea.gov/takebackday. Yesterday, Governor Ned Lamont nominated 4 commissioners to the Public Utility Regulatory Authority.
The job has gotten a lot more complicated over the last 20 years. And I really was looking for people who could, A, hit the ground running, and B, with a breadth of experience to deal with all the different complexities that's involved in energy regulation and telecom and water and all the different issues confronting, with a really eye upon reliability and affordability.
This follows Lamont's previous announcement last month that the agency's controversial former chair, Marissa Gillette, was stepping down. Gillette had faced scrutiny from state Republicans over alleged backroom deals regarding her nomination, as well as significant increases in customer utility bills. Of the 4 new commissioners appointed by the governor, Thomas Weil of Madison will serve as the chair. The First Congregational Church of Greenwich is hosting a trunk or treat event this weekend. It is happening in their parking lot on Sound Beach Avenue on Saturday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Kids from across the community are encouraged to come and get candy while dressed in their favorite costumes. The church has been holding the Halloween gathering since 2019. And the Stamford Fire Department named its 2025 Firefighter of the Year. 11-year veteran Christopher Foreman was selected for the honor. Foreman has been recognized for starting his department's child car seat installation and safety education program, helping to keep hundreds of kids safe. He was given the award while attending the Salute to Connecticut's Bravest dinner at AquaTurf in Southington last week. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, for an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound, not much help. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton as well. And on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds verified game must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, with a low in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, So is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Look, I hate to have to do this to you, and I know you get all mad when I mention this, but I'm just telling you, like I said on Facebook today, find where your brake pedal is. Get used to using it. New Haven and Milford have been approved for automated traffic cameras. Now, a few days ago, I inadvertently read a list. I don't know why I said Milford. Maybe I knew this was coming. Maybe I was being prescient, seeing the future, looking into the Paulie Connecticut Today crystal ball. But now, yes, New Haven and Milford approved for automated traffic cameras. So they're coming, kids. Right? So get used to it. That old... Who sang that old song? You gotta get used to it. Giorgio Vaduris or something. Anyway, New Haven and Milford are the latest Connecticut municipalities to be okayed for automated traffic enforcement cameras by the state. New Haven and Milford now join Greenwich. I know it's Greenwich. Relax. Now join Greenwich, Marlborough, Middletown, Stratford, Wethersfield, and the town of Washington. So now we're at 8 towns or cities and counting, and it's going to get a lot more. Folks, I am telling you, within 10 years, every city or municipality is going to have this. And again, last night, where was I? Oh, I went to my favorite restaurant in town to watch a little football. No, I didn't have any adult beverages. I had 2 glasses of water, ate a nice piece of broiled chicken with a little splash of balsamic sauce, with small sides of broccoli and some steamed rice. See how healthy that was? And I'm leaving, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I have the green. So before I make the left turn to get out onto Route 5 and head back to my Condo de Paulie, sure enough, excuse my French here, but somebody goes barrel-assing through the red light on the other side. That's why we're getting speed and red light cameras. Because people are driving like morons. So, New Haven and Milford are getting the speed cameras. 4 other applications are pending DOT review. They'll probably get them. Beacon Falls, Fairfield, Hamden, and Stamford. Many other municipalities, including West Hartford, are in the process of doing this. New Haven's plan was first submitted in December of 2024, and it's gone through several revisions since, including both red light and speeding cameras. The DOT approved 11 red light camera locations and 4 speed camera locations. I got to tell you, the way some of those morons in New Haven drive, I was passing through a couple of months ago. Yikes. Good God. Now, Milford, listen up, Milford. Here we go. Milford's plan includes both red light and speed cameras. You're going to have 9 locations in Milford. 9. Now, you may say, Paul, well, now, where are those locations going to be? I will tell you momentarily, but first we do this at 203-333-9422, 9422333-WICC.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day. And this year, we're saying thank you, therapists. Because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Upper Merritt on the southbound side. You're crawling along over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8. New Haven, 91 south. The stack starts at exit 6, follows you down through the merge and through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross southbound. Slow ride as well from exit 52 going on down to the West Rock Tunnel. On 84 eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. There will be a few showers and a thunderstorm moving in by late at night with a low in the low 50s. A few leftover showers or a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get to the phones momentarily. Katie and Dave, hang on. I want to tell folks in Milford where your cameras are coming. So it's been approved. So this went through a preliminary process, a secondary process, and the DOT said, hey, Milford, looks good. So here come your speed cameras, where they will allow you 9 miles an hour over the speed limit. Once you get to 10, that's when you get a ticket in the mail. Here are the locations. On the Boston Post Road, north of exit 39 off I-95. We know that's the exit both ways for the mall. The Academy School Zone on Gulf Street. The Live Oaks School Zone on Merwin Avenue. The West Shore Elementary School Zone on Milford Road. The Platt Tech School Zone on Orange Avenue. And the 200 block of Woodruff Road. Red light cameras are planned for 3 locations in Milford, the Boston Post Road at Cedarhurst Lane, the Post Road at High Street, and the Post Road at North Street. So there you go, Milford. Now you know. And if you don't want to get caught, either slow down, learn where the brake pedal is, or just go another way. That's all. I'm telling you, the reason is... This is a 2 or 3 times a week thing now with me, of having to wait, even though I have a green light, to crawl to make sure some a-hole isn't about to T-bone me and get rid of me before I can have any grandkids. I'm sorry to have to put it that way, but I have no No, I have no sympathy. None. Zero. Slow down. Use the brake pedal. And and believe me, I've gotten speeding tickets, and believe me, I've gotten a few tickets for, rolling through a stop sign. So I know from whence I speak. Dave, hang on. Katie in Stratford. Katie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, Katie. What's on your mind?
So I lived in Arizona for over 10 years, and they had speed cameras and red light cameras.
Okay.
And nobody ever paid them because a ticket is a summons, and a summons apparently has to be delivered in person. And because they come in the mail, they can't technically issue them, and so nobody ever paid them. Like, I'm not encouraging people to do that, but I'm wondering how they're going to handle that, or if the rules are different in Connecticut. But technically, the mail tickets aren't I don't know if they're legit.
I don't know, Katie. Now they're going to give you. I think for the first month these go up. They're going to give you a 1 month breather and say, hey, had this been past a certain date, you would have gotten ticketed here. After that, Katie, I don't know. I'll check on that for you. I would think that if you don't pay up, they'll revoke your registration. I would think.
Well, they weren't ever able to do that in Arizona. And I will say personal experience, you get the ticket in your mail, it has your picture on it, the snapshot, it looks and smells like a ticket, but if you don't pay it, they couldn't do anything about it because it wasn't a legal summons. So I'm just curious what the loophole will be on that.
I like the way you said, I noticed you said personal experience now. Were you a little ahead?
I just want to make sure you know that, I'm definitely, it happened. That's definitely what happened.
Now, Katie, hold on. Did we not come to a full stop, or were we in a hurry to get somewhere a little bit?
That was a hurry. That was a speed ticket.
Yeah.
But it was a speed camera. But I was not alone. I mean, it was kind of common knowledge that, nobody ever paid it. I think some people maybe would look for the cameras and try to slow down, but other people would just get them in the mail and kind of toss them out. They never did anything.
Katie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. I will check, Katie, thank you. I'm going to check into that. I will. So what would happen if you don't pay that? Boy, Katie, God bless Arizona. I've been out there a few times. I love the desert Southwest. I really do. I do. I would never retire to Florida or someplace hot and sticky. I'll take desert heat anytime. And, I know you people in Arizona, you march to a different drummer. Well, you're in uber progressive Connecticut now, so my guess is they might dispatch a state marshal. Does Katie live here? Give us your $75. I don't know. I'll have to check on that. Don't know. Oh, Dave in Branford. Dave, how are you?
Well, I do all right, Paul. I don't agree with you on this issue.
Okay.
A couple of things. When the cops have to enforce the law one at a time, that is a reasonable and practical check on the legislator passing ridiculous and excessive laws. You practically can't stop everyone. And enhanced by technology, all these impractical and ridiculous laws now stick. And I'm thinking there's a Maple Street in my town with the billboard speed camera.
All right.
And you can notice 100% of the cars going by are speeding.
Well, guess what?
At some point,
they better slow down.
Yeah, but at some point, the speed limit, the law is an ass. If everyone is exceeding the limit, whoever came up with that number is a jerk. And this allows them, and I see no end point to this. Why wouldn't there be not a stop light, a stop sign camera at every single intersection in town? Everybody's got one of those doorbell zooms now.
Yeah.
With, when you upload the pictures to the cloud, they can match up the license easily.
Yeah.
You don't need an expensive piece of technology at every stop sign. And that becomes practically ridiculous. I usually stop at stop signs, but on a snowy night on a hill,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I want to roll through it, man, because you'll slide off the road and you may not start moving again.
And here's the thing I read. I read part of the law, and as far as the stop sign or stoplight cameras, Dave, don't quote me on this, but I believe as opposed to the speed cameras, which I think may be an automatic ticket, apparently, and I'll have to check the law. Apparently on the stop sign or stoplight cameras, they're supposed to be reviewed by an officer before they go out. So,
well, they'll stop doing that because that's the choke point. They want it to be automatic and as assembly line as possible to keep the cost down.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, a cop can, if they smell marijuana, they could stop you when people say that's reasonable, or if they smell your breath. But what if the cop has a technological enhancement, a chemical, molecule detector, where they can pick up the alcohol molecules or the drug molecules? And you say, well, that's reasonable. Why should you just depend on what the cop can sniff? When a machine is better at it, that is way dangerous. I'm not in favor of any of these technological
And to your point, Dave, final point here, to your point, you're right. Speed limit, if you talk to any traffic engineer, speed limits are set, 10 to 15 miles an hour under what is reasonably right and proper for that road. So you're right. You're right.
I thought I read the 85th percentile.
Okay, 15 point.
For.
Okay, yeah. All right.
All right. Okay, thanks for letting me on.
All
Bye.
right, Dave, appreciate it. Always good to have you on, my friend. All right. Speaking of numbers, Jack in Stamford. Hey, Jack, how are you? I was just thinking of you, by the way. You know why?
Oh, that's very nice.
Because the Republicans today in Hartford have introduced a measure heading into an election year for a $1,000 property tax credit for everybody in Connecticut. So there you go.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, we've had it over all these years, et cetera. It used to be $300 and so forth. Yeah. So that'd be kind of nice because, I do kind of miss that because as a single person and everything, I really don't get anything, much like yourself. And I was looking at, because I did my return last week, that family plan leave thing and how it just keeps creeping up every year.
Yep.
But I can't pass school buses anymore.
That's all right. Well, you shouldn't do that anyway.
No. I can't zip through a stop sign.
No.
What happens? You're late some night and you're coming home and not even thinking of drinking or driving. You just stop at a red light. And
Happened to me.
There's nobody on the road.
Happened to me. I was
you just turn right.
Yeah, I was coming home. I got back from the Big Apple, and I took the 11:30 train out. So I got back at about 2:05. Jumped in my buggy, half a mile from my condo. Nobody on the road. Came and I kind of rolled through the stop sign, and there was a cop hiding behind a hedge there. And he said, where are you coming from? I said, well, I just got off the train from New York. And he said, okay, that's great. That'll be $90. And there you go.
See, I'm not talking about the cop. I would have expected the cop to let you go.
No, you wouldn't.
Because I would if you roll through it, because it's the lights. But many's a time, and I've told you this before, coming home during busy seasons in June and everything at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, they think, that you're out boozing.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, it's busy season.
Well, they know you, Jack. They know you.
Some of them do, because I did do some of their returns. I said, ring this guy on the radio and ask him. I mean, tomorrow, too, is the extensions or estimates are due. Yeah. But I was so happy to hear today, and this will help with the homeschooling and everything. The Catholic schools that we
in Hartford, the Archdiocese.
Out of there, and it's going to be great. And the money should follow. Money should follow the children.
It should.
To that. They've always done that.
And Jack, before we let you go, because it's middle of the week, how did we do last weekend?
I got 4 this weekend. I had Detroit last night.
Yes.
I got the Pats. I got the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And what's that? San Francisco.
Oh, yeah. Patriots are really good again. All of a sudden. Yeah.
Hey, Belichick, don't bother coming back.
No. He's got. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. Belichick, he doesn't care. North Carolina. He's got Jordan down there. Good for Bill. Hey, he's 73, and she's 25 or 26. He's got, as my people like to say, a gumad.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Upper Merritt on the southbound side. You're crawling along over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8. New Haven, 91 south. The stack starts at exit 6, follows you down through the merge and through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross southbound. Slow ride as well from exit 52 going on down to the West Rock Tunnel. On 84 eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers and a thunderstorm by late at night, below in the low 50s. Leftover showers early tomorrow. Otherwise, scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Just during that break, watching a segment on CNN, boy, I got to tell you, they are begging Curtis Sliwa to get out of the New York mayor's race. If Sliwa leaves the race, after Eric Adams already did a few weeks ago, it becomes a dead heat between Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani. And Sliwa says he's not leaving. Oh, man. Curtis, I love you. You got to get out. You just got, come on, give us a one-on-one. Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Hay, $10 billion in new taxes on the rich. How's that going to go over? Against Andrew Cuomo. My God. I think this is Curtis Lee was blank you to everybody else who always hated him. Chris, thank you. We are back tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump won't be meeting in the coming days with Russian President Putin after all.
No, I don't want to have a wasted meeting. I don't want to have a waste of time, so I'll see what happens.
The NATO Secretary General is traveling to Washington to meet with Trump. Vice President J.D. Vance joined Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in Israel to show support for the Gaza peace plan. Hamas turned over the bodies of 2 more hostages today, but they still hold more than a dozen. And former presidential envoy Roger Carsten says that's a real problem for Israel.
If all hostages don't come back, the country's in a way not going to be able to move on, and we're not going to be